ultimately is paid for by ratepayers. And since our job is to represent the interests of residential ratepayers, we take that seriously. And I don't necessarily think there's any distinction in my mind between the general fund and ratepayer assessment. So the handouts that I gave you are going to be inscrutable unless I explain them, and I'd be happy to do that if that's the chairman's pleasure. Sure.
All right, if you'd like to start with your presentation.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
So we're asking the general court to add one additional human being to our staff, making us an agency of six, because I would like to join my counterparts from the rest of New England and devote at least one person full time to regional electric matters. The electricity grid in New England, meaning wholesale electricity markets and the bulk power transmission system, are operated and overseen by a nonprofit organization called ISO New England, which is subject to federal, not state regulation. And because we have restructured our electric industry and opened electricity to competition at wholesale and retail, this is where I would suggest much, if not most, of the action is with respect to electricity rates and electricity regulation in New England. And it is very difficult and arcane stuff. ISO New England is governed by two different bodies. One is a board of directors. It's a garden variety nonprofit that has a board. And there is also a stakeholder advisory board. And I put the word advisory in air quotes because it is far more than advisory. That board is called, that body is called NEPOOL, and it functions kind of like a big legislature. And my office is actually a voting member of NEPOOL. And if you look at the one-page handout I gave you, that's just a schedule that I got from ISO New England of all of the NEPOOL committee meetings that one would have to attend over the course of any of those 3 months listed there in order to be up to speed and diligently exercising our vote in NEPOOL. In March, I think there are 8 days, and these tend to be either all half day or full day meetings. And what's discussed at those meetings is very detailed technical stuff that has to do with economics and the details of how electricity actually works at wholesale. The other document I gave you is a memorandum from the New England States Committee on Electricity, NESCO. NESCO is the organization that represents the 6 New England states as sovereigns. Each state has a NESCO manager. Our state's NESCO manager is sitting behind me. He's the Commissioner of Energy, Mr. Chicoine. And what he, I think, would readily confirm is that NESCO and my office complement each other. I have the vote in NEPOOL. I'm a voting member of NEPOOL. NESCO appears before ISO New England and participates in NESCO meetings without a vote, but as the representative of the states as sovereigns. And the reason I copied this particular memo from NESCO for you is really because I wanted you to look at a couple of lines that begin at the very bottom of page 2 and continue on to page 3. And there you see references to over $2.787 billion of asset condition projects, plus 3.255 billion more of such projects that are proposed. And if you read through that memo and interpret it a little less, how can I say this? If you read between the lines of this memo and actually see it for what it is, what you'll discover is that all of those expenditures, something like $6 billion in transmission costs over the last few years are essentially going unscrutinized by anybody. And that is just one example of what is happening at the regional and federal level that has direct and serious impacts on ratepayers that nobody is looking at. And I want to send somebody to all these meetings of NEPOOL and ISO New England so that I feel more confident that the interests of this state's ratepayers are being protected. And just for reference, if you take that $6 billion and divide $6 billion by 10, which is still a big sum of money, that's roughly New Hampshire's responsibility for those costs. So I think that's the gist of what I'm asking to do, and it's the first time I've asked either the governor or the general court to grow the office of the consumer advocate, and I think in the circumstances it's a reasonably modest proposal.
Questions, Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this page you gave us with these meetings, the 9 in March and so on, which of those meetings would be attended now without this extra person?
Well, right now I rely on an outside consultant to attend those meetings for me. I share that consulting team with lots of other clients, two of which are other ratepayer advocates in the region, my counterpart in Connecticut and Maine, and others that have interests that diverge from ours, frankly. And I would feel more confident and comfortable with my own staff person there. There is enough going on in those meetings so that even if I sent a full-time person in to engage with all of this and still relied on those consultants, there would still be aspects of this that I couldn't cover as well as I would like to.
Where's the consultant in your budget?
I didn't bring my budget document with me, but it is in the consulting
Well, it's
consulting line of our budget.
358, I guess. Let's go.
358, 359.
Let's see. Consultant,
46.
right. So, okay, so this is only, so first of all, this year, last year you spent 0 on a consultant, is that right?
We have 2 live consulting contracts, and we are continuing to spend money on them. But they were both, I'm not an expert on how the budget actually works technically. Those contracts were both approved in the previous year, 2021. And so I think that might, if it says there that we didn't spend any money last year, that would be why.
Yeah, further. So that line, which was 0 last year, is scheduled to be 25,000 this year and then 50,000 each of the next 2 years, right? So that's less than what a new person would cost, yes?
Yes, because my contention, or my hypothesis, I guess, is that there is lots of work that is not being done by anybody, meaning representing the interests of New Hampshire ratepayers at the regional and federal level. Ideally, we would also be participating in proceedings before the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which is the body that theoretically regulates all of this.
Yeah, so would you be willing to have this new person but not the consultants, or no?
I would be willing to do whatever you tell me you decide that the general court is going to do, but I would humbly ask that you not do that. We have money in our consulting and litigation lines in our budget to help us with outside experts because I need outside experts to present expert testimony at the Public Utilities Commission. And I have 2 in-house analysts to do that in my budget, but I am unable to fill those positions at present. And if I continue to not be able to fill them, I do intend to rely on outside consultants to provide me with that help.
All right, thank you.
Representative Sweeney, followed by Cambrels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, for taking questions. My first question I have for you, take the total sum of the budget you've requested, what's the impact on the ratepayer to fund it? If you were to put it into cents or dollars of the year for average.
I think that our proposed budget is about $1 million a year in the upcoming biennium, and if you, it is a tiny, tiny, tiny ratepayer impact. I mean, pennies a month, something like that.
Follow up? Sure. You had mentioned this new position, taking votes in the New England ISO group. What informs their vote on the committee? Are they bound to policies that we've adopted as a legislature, the 10-year energy plan? What informs how they vote as an individual member of the group?
I would say it's both of those things. There is a provision in our enabling statute that also appears in I believe it's the enabling statute of the PUC and maybe even the Department of Energy, that obliges us to go before these federal bodies and make sure that the interests of New Hampshire's ratepayers are not unfairly subsidizing or paying for the public policy initiatives of other states. It won't surprise you, I assume, to know that the energy-related public policy of the rest of New England differs pretty markedly from that of New Hampshire, and our job is to defend the public policy interests of New Hampshire and its ratepayers. And so, yes, I am familiar with the 10-year energy strategy, and I do think that it is part of my responsibility to advance that strategy regionally and federally. And so we work in concert with the Department of Energy and its NESCO manager because although I'm independent of the Department of Energy, I think the interests of the state and its ratepayers are well served if we maintain our alignment with them.
Representative Cambrils.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you said, this is a very complicated, I haven't been on science and technology. I understand how complicated this whole thing is. If we fund this, how confident are you that you can hire the appropriate individual that will have the knowledge to deal with this?
That's an excellent question. I labored over this because, there are different ways of creating new positions, and I created this new position as an attorney for position. I know that the state is going through this big reclassification effort so that attorney for will vanish into oblivion. But I decided that my best chance at successfully recruiting for this job would be by having that job be an attorney. And I've seen I've been to NEPOOL meetings and I've participated in these forums personally, and I think the people who are the most effective are the ones who are trained by lawyers. They can talk to the economists, and it's a little harder to do it the other way. And I've had more success recruiting lawyers than analysts, and for whatever reason. It might be because I'm a lawyer and I can persuade other lawyers that I'm just great to work for. I don't know.
I really appreciate Representative Cambrils being on this division because having the knowledge of science and technology is, I think, pretty important, especially after listening to the debate yesterday on all the other science and technology bills. But Representative Ebel.
Well, hi, welcome back. Would you argue that it is to the ratepayers' great benefit to have an individual as a full participant in these regional discussions, so that the smaller investment for this attorney could pay benefits for our ratepayers in the long run?
Absolutely, that would be the guiding premise of the whole thing. And as I said at the beginning, every single one of my counterparts in the region has at least one full-time person dedicated to this work. I believe my counterpart in Massachusetts has several, and I admire their work. But the public policy of Massachusetts is not identical at all with that of our state, New Hampshire.
So without having a person there full-time for us, we could be affected in a negative way because of all these other countervailing issues, and we're not sitting at the table to present our own.
Yes, that's exactly the point I'm making. And that's really the reason I gave you that Nesco memo. Like, it is my testimony that there is $6 billion of past and future transmission costs that are going into rates and being paid for by every electric ratepayer in New England that nobody at any level has scrutinized. These are utilities that are spending billions of dollars and nobody is looking over their shoulders. And that's one example.
Representative Weiler, followed by Representative McGuire.
Thank you. As an example of one of the things that sometimes come to light, several years ago, when the price of oil was going up and we were getting more of a break from hydroelectric, we discovered that ISO New England was assigning all the breaks in hydroelectric from New Hampshire to Connecticut, even though most of the hydroelectric was really coming from the Connecticut River, although it was the Connecticut River, most of the hydroelectric was produced in New Hampshire. And so here was ISO New England giving them the credit, so our oil levels went up higher and we weren't getting credit for the hydro. That's the kind of thing that goes on if we're not watching. So anyway, you need somebody there to make sure this doesn't happen.
Thank you.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the other big increase in your budget is on page 359, litigation, which is going up 67%. Are we planning to start suing somebody that we're not suing now?
No, this comes up, I think, anytime our budget or the Department of Energy's budget comes up. For some reason, the word litigation appears in the budget when it really means administrative litigation in front of the Public Utilities Commission.
So why are those expenses jumping this much?
I asked to increase that budget as a kind of an insurance policy because I can't seem to fill my 2 analyst positions, and I either need outside or inside analysts to present expert testimony at the PUC. And I'm not allowed to transfer the money that is allocated to those 2 staff positions into my consulting or litigation budgets. So I kind of have to make provision for both.
Go ahead, sure.
Sorry. So I don't see that you're missing anybody in the sense that if I look between 2023 salary lines and 2022 actuals, that there's essentially no difference.
The 2 positions that I'm talking about became vacant in September of last year, and so we did pay those 2 people through September, and they were, I believe they were both fully occupied in the previous year. So that's why they're not zeroed out either in the current year or in the year before or next year.
This is just a comment, but it seems like we're sort of double counting here, right? We've got money for people and money for no people for consultants or something.
We
To
are
do the same
we are
thing.
doing that.
Yeah.
That is unabashedly true. I don't know how else to do that in a way that will allow me to continue to be effective. I can assure you that I'm not going to I'm not going to do the same thing twice. I'm only going to use either analysts or consultants.
Is this a footnote type thing, or I don't know?
Melissa, Mr. Hoffman, should we put a footnote there as Representative McGuire suggested?
What would you like the footnote to say?
Well, I'm thinking, suppose we remove the increase in this line, but allow them to transfer, or maybe some of the increase in that line, but allow them to transfer some salary into consultant if there's an unfunded position, I mean, an unoccupied position, something like that.
Similar to the Department of Corrections language that permits them to use salary and benefit money for other purposes. Yeah, they use it for overtime, but we could write something if.
Yeah, something like
Committee
that.
would
But
like
then,
that.
we could maybe save 75,000 a year or something like that out of the litigation line.
Representative Griffin has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the question. So you anticipate there's going to be some unspent funds at the end of the budget cycles.
Yes.
Where do those unspent funds end up?
They stay in the pockets of ratepayers because what happens is our costs are assessed by the business office of the energy department to the utilities, and the utilities then recover those costs from customers.
So in that case, I'm not sure we need a note. These are not general funds.
The issue is, if we leave it this way, he could, if he wanted to, spend all of it, right? But if we change it, he has to decide this or that, right? So, because he would have the authority to do all that spending, right? So,
Melissa, Mr. Hoffman, could you just prepare something and we can take a look at it next week?
Yes. Now, would you like the language to go both ways? So in other words, out of tenants, out of salary and benefits into litigation if needed, or if circumstances change, would you like the ability to go from litigation back into salary and benefits? Just one way?
All right, we'll take a look at that. Not that you need anything else to do, but we can take a look at the language next week. I did have a question that's not entirely financial, but since you are become part of the Department of Energy, which came about 2 years ago in the budget, you were administratively attached to the PUC. Now you're administratively attached to the Department of Energy. It almost seems like a conflict to me that you're trying to protect the ratepayer. Is there any conflict that you shouldn't perhaps be with say, the Attorney General's office or something to protect the ratepayer versus being administratively attached to the Department of Energy that may not have the same protection drive that you have as a consumer advocate?
That's an excellent question, and I've thought about that question a lot. I've thought about whether I should ask you to change my administrative attachment, and I've decided that I should not. If you look at the administrative attachment statute, which is section 10 of RSA 21G, you'll see that it really is an attachment for administrative purposes, in the sense that my only formal relationship to the Department of Energy is I use their business office, meaning they create my budget documents for me and they do all of the back office functions that any state agency needs. And what the Department of Energy's business office knows how to do that the business office of the Attorney General's office doesn't know how to do has to do with that assessment process. They literally send the bills to the utilities, and the utilities pay them because that's how they're funded, and that's how the PUC is funded. And of course, they're also right in the building with us. We're all housed at the Walker Building on the corner of what used to be the state hospital. So it's administratively convenient and appropriate, and it doesn't otherwise entangle us with the Department of Energy or the PUC. Since the creation of the Department of Energy, it has been very, very careful not to attempt to influence me, and it certainly doesn't purport to oversee me. In fact, I think a lot of the time they would like you to know very emphatically that they do not take any responsibility for what I do or say.
So who hires you?
My enabling statute is RSA 363, section 28. And what it says is that there's a body called the Residential Ratepayers Advisory Board, which acts as a sort of a gatekeeper. So my current term expires in November, and I have asked to be reappointed. And so in the first instance, the advisory board deliberates on that question, and they either will or will not recommend me to the governor for reappointment. If they do not recommend me for reappointment, then I have to go somewhere else and find a new job. If they do recommend me, then the governor gets to decide whether he would like to renominate me, and if he does that, then I have to be confirmed by the executive council. And if I am turned out of office or just leave office, then the Residential Ratepayers Advisory Board is tasked with interviewing new candidates for the job, and their job then becomes writing the governor a letter with 3 names on it, and the governor is supposed to choose and nominate one of those 3 people. That's how I originally got the job.
All right. Tell you're a good lawyer. You know all the facts. Representative Weiler.
Who are the members of that advisory board?
That's another excellent question. So the governor appoints 3 of the members of the advisory board. The president of the Senate appoints 3, and the Speaker of the House appoints 3. And there are, if you look in my enabling statute, particular constituencies like the elderly and the disabled who are represented on the advisory board. But in practical terms, it's really a discretionary call by those 3 elected officials.
I wonder who the representatives are now.
Well, for example, one of the new members of my advisory board is a gentleman most of you are probably familiar with. His name is Neil Kirk. And Representative Kirk, I assure you, is an extremely active and lively member of my advisory board. And I really enjoy interacting with him because he doesn't accept anything at face value. He is the patron saint of extremely skeptical questions.
Extremely skeptical. That's well put.
So
Who are
I'm
the other-
grateful to, it's actually
the other-
Representative Vose, the chairman of Science, Tech, and Energy, who convinced Representative Kirk to accept that appointment. And then I think he convinced the speaker to make that appointment. And it's been fun. And I think it's improved. It's made me a sharper ratepayer advocate answering all of his questions.
And the third individual, the other House member.
Well, I only named one, and I forget who. I don't really think very much about who appoints which of my advisory board members. One of the speaker's appointments is held by our chairman, who is a businessman from Keene named Tom Moses.
I was just curious. I think Representative Weiler asked who the other state rep was. That's what we're just looking for. We can look at it. I thought you said there were 3.
The speaker has 3 appointments to my advisory
It
board.
doesn't necessarily.
There's Jim Garrity, a former state representative, is also a member of our advisory board. I think he was also appointed by the speaker.
Oh, we can look it up. Representative Weiler.
It's on our website.
Yeah. Okay. I thought if there was an opening, maybe Representative Cambrells could fill that role. Anyway, one further question?
Yeah, or just what are the other responsibilities of the board in addition to appointing or recommending you for appointment?
That is its major responsibility. The board does meet quarterly, and I treat it like a board of directors. I pretend that I'm an executive director of a nonprofit reporting to a board. And so I send that board quarterly a detailed report. I write a long 4-page letter to the board every quarter, and I give them spreadsheets with all of our litigation or administrative activity, all of our legislative advocacy, and all of that. So they're actively engaged.
All right, so moving right along, I'd like to get an opinion from the division about the additional person. Representative Cambrells.
Well, again, thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking from experience, I've had a lot of exposure to this department, having been on ST&E, and I have to say that they do an excellent job protecting the ratepayer. And I'm also very pleased at how, they do defend our policy here for New Hampshire. And I believe this is a value proposition that if we add the additional person, we may find that some monies are not being spent correctly. You're talking billions of dollars here, and I think it's a value proposition for us to put that person in place.
Representative Weiler.
Just a caution, for years, a lot of agencies would put more people in the budget than they actually had. So we passed a law that said personnel costs, including benefits and so on, and part-time and full-time, could not be spent anywhere else in the budget. So if we have them going back and forth to consultant, it may take but obviously if we put it in law, it's a law change. But it would have to be a kind of an exceptional thing because normally it's not allowed. Anyway, I'm gonna go look on another division.
All right, you've caused enough trouble today so far. All right, Representative Griffin, do you have a comment or question?
Yeah, I feel very strongly that we should have a voice on those boards. Particularly because our direction may be quite a bit different than the other states. And I think it's really, really important that we have our own oversight on those boards, and I would support it. I would support the additional personnel.
All right, general consensus, I see a thumbs up, and we're okay? All right, we'll suggest that when we go to the full committee, that you get another position. And we'll get a footnote to address Representative McGuire's concerns.
Yeah, together with an HB1
Yep.
cut a little bit, yeah, okay, thank you. So the overall number doesn't balloon.
Yeah, because I think your budget over what was spent in '22 is about $350,000 more, so it's pretty substantial increase. I know
Indeed.
the rate, we say no general funds, but we want to keep the rates down, even though it may be just a couple of pennies, but it all adds up in the end.
Of course, I heartily concur, as I have to because I'm the ratepayer advocate.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next we have the Department of Energy, and I see the folks out there. If you want to state your name, please, for the record.
Good morning. My name is Jared Jacoin. I'm the Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Energy.
This
Good
is on
morning.
341, I believe, right? On the budget. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there.
Oh, no worries. Good morning, Rory Patterson. I am the Director of the Administration Division at the Department of Energy.
We don't have a handout for the committee. Didn't know exactly how you wanted to handle our request in HB2. I can start with the appropriation we requested for a regional fund, but happy to take it line by line from the text of the bill.
Yeah, we have a number of items in HB2. Mr. Hoffman,
Yes, I
Could you
believe
spell
we,
your last name for me
Sure.
while we're putting through pages? Oh, sorry, Mike.
we start on page 49 with section 139, and it goes through page 51 down to section 147.
all right, so we can check off 139. That was the additional,
And 140.
140.
140 is also the consumer app.
Yeah. So 139, 140, we can check those two off, or we have a question?
Yeah, did you see line 10 of page 49? So this
I
is
did.
already sort of a footnote.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I looked at it. So it might
Right,
take
do you see
care
it?
of the concerns.
Yeah. Do you see in House Bill 2, line 10,
Line
page
10.
49?
Yeah, yes, that would permit the office to accept additional funds through an assessment.
A
But
little
no, we were
different.
It's not quite
Yeah,
the same thing.
maybe it's
Okay,
different,
yeah, all right.
Right, I still need you to spell your name.
Sure. CHICOINE.
Yeah.
So starting at 141, I believe, on page 49.
Okay. So we've proposed several just technical changes to the parts of the statute related to our collection of the assessment, and this is really to help us do that process more efficiently. And I'm happy to turn it over to Rory. She might be able to talk you through that a little better than I can. So.
Happy to do so. I oversee the department's business office, which calculates the assessment each year for regulated entities, including public utilities, competitive suppliers, aggregators, telephone providers. And as Don mentioned earlier, the assessment is paid by ratepayers, and so it's very important to calculate that correctly and to do so in a way that we're not going back and doing recalculations and rebilling, which would essentially cost money in terms of the work of the business office and cost time as well. Number 141, and I'm happy to take any questions as I go along. 141, what that does is it really clarifies what year the business office and the regulated entities use to calculate their revenues and the assessment. Right now, there's a little bit of a conflict between a section of the statute that applies to assessment exemptions and the statutes that apply to calculations of revenues, as well as there's a conflict in the a rule applicable to the competitive suppliers and the aggregators related to exemptions. And what we're trying to do is align the year to the annual year rather than to the fiscal year in some instances. What this does actually is it gives the business office additional time to do this important calculation. Right now, when there are requests, when entities provide us fiscal year information, they could be doing that in July. And right now, the statute requests the calculation and the issuance of the assessment in August. So by moving it to an annual year for those entities, they would be expected to file their revenue information in around March or April, which would give the business office additional time during a very busy period where they're closing the books for the year, they're doing the inventory. They're also in some years working on the proposal for the governor's budget, like in this year. And so it's a very intensely busy period of time, and more time is better for everyone, the business office staff as well as the customer or the entities, because of the correct calculation. If you turn, any questions? If you turn to number 142, what this does is it moves the first assessment date and the dates that follow that out by a month. And the reason for this change is that the actual expenses for the prior fiscal year for the department are not known until after the extended 12th, which ends usually in late July. And so the existing statute has the deadline for the first assessment as August 10th. That gives very little time to finish the calculation that's needed to do that assessment. The next change relates to entities less than $10,000. And for some of those entities, it may be that they just pay their entire bill at the time of the first assessment bill. But it does just codify our practice right now. We issue the assessment for the whole year, and we continue to issue what's due in the subsequent dates for issuing them. And the or only just relates to the payment, one-time payment after the first assessment bill.
Any questions so far, members? Yes, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here today. Just to make sure we don't catch you guys in a headache, the actual putting the 15th of each month into law, if that were to fall on a Saturday or Sunday, would that create a storm for you guys where you need an adjustment or?
Thank you. Appreciate that consideration. I think what we would do in that instance would be we would issue the assessment bills before the weekend day or the holiday. But I think just having a change in a couple of days would be okay. Thank you. Turning to, I hope this is going okay. I haven't done this in a long time. Turning to page number 143, what this does is what it primarily does is it enables us to save thousands of dollars a year in sending out the assessment bills by certified mail. We are not doing registered mail. I will acknowledge, which is required by the statute now. We use certified mail, and I want to say it's about $8,000 a year. And what this does is just modernize our ability to send out the assessment via email or regular mail. And I presume the practice, I guess, would be that the postmark date would control in terms of the deadline for the bill. Oh, actually, it's the due date for the bill. And by stating a due date for the bill, it makes it clear when the payment is due, rather than having it within 30 days of the receipt of the bill.
So the assessments you're speaking of, have you increased these assessments at all in the last year or two, or?
That's a very good question, and they're fairly consistent in the $12 million range. They've been consistent year after year,
Okay, thanks.
recent years. Number 144, what this does essentially as well is what I said earlier is just change the calendar, change it to calendar year and not fiscal year for the exemptions to the assessment.
So the division, we would like to check off a few more here. 141, 142, 143, and is it 144? We okay with that? Thanks.
It's just technical.
Yeah. Melissa, Mr. Hoffman also.
Now the big one.
Now the big one that gets our attention. All right.
And for that, I'll turn it over to the commissioner, so I don't have to do it.
Okay, thank you, Rory. So in 145, establishment of the Regional Energy Advocacy Fund. This relates to the conversation you just had with the consumer advocate. In RSA 374F:8, I'd just like to read the last couple lines. It provides you sort of the charge we've been given in statute as it relates to regional energy issues. It says the department shall advocate against proposed regional or federal rules or policies that are inconsistent with the policies, rules, or laws of New Hampshire. In its participation in regional activities, the commission and the department shall consider how other states' policies will impact New Hampshire rates and work to prevent or minimize any rate impact the commission or department determines to be unjust or unreasonable. And as the consumer advocate mentioned earlier, I serve as the NESCO manager for New Hampshire. For the consumer advocate, he has a vote at NEPOOL where he's asking for that additional staff resource to help with that. Our need for this funding is when there are, and the consumer advocate did an excellent job talking about transmission costs and all that's being planned and what could be on the horizon as it relates to costs for our ratepayers. And currently we have two positions at the department that work on wholesale regional issues. Dan Phelan, who is our director, is here today. And we have two positions, right? But when it comes to resources to do this work, if we have to make a filing at FERC, or challenge something at the federal level, as it relates to transmission costs in particular, there are times when we really do need additional analytical support, that we may not have those, that expertise in the agency. We tend to be, as our team does a great job though, we tend to be more generalists on these issues. So the support, a fund that we can draw on to hire the needed analytical support or contract for the needed analytical support is very important. At FERC, the Attorney General's office would represent us, but again, it would be very important to have that technical support, and we'd need that funding to do that. So that's high level what this request is about. It again relates very closely to what the consumer advocate is requesting.
Representative Cambrell, you're my new expert on this stuff, so any thoughts or?
It's right in line with what the consumer advocate does, except it's the Department of Energy. And I can certainly understand that where more of their people are generalists, why they might need an expert in this particular for this particular type of thing. And it is a big dollar. There's a lot of money exchanging hands here. Again, the billions of dollars. But I'd like to hear other people's thoughts too on it, though.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for being here. So when we're talking about the billions of dollars and trying to find, because it's not recoveries in the sense that we would with other departments where we might have been wronged in the past and we get a lump sum back. We're looking for future savings for the ratepayers.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and in these regional and at the regional level, at the federal level, as it relates to cost allocation, a lot of these potential transmission projects are driven by the policies of our neighboring states. And, we want to make sure that we are adequately protecting and representing the interests of New Hampshire ratepayers in all of those proceedings.
And one follow-up. Thank you. And so the general idea is that while we don't know exact dollar amounts, but we're putting $250,000 from the ratepayers in the hopes of protecting the ratepayers from more than $250,000 in future rates.
That's correct. That's correct.
Representative Cambrels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was exactly the line that I was going to ask. So have you done any projections to kind of make us feel better here, what the return on investment would be? If you looked at it in those terms, what do you think potentially we could save the ratepayer if we invest this money?
Dan could give exact numbers, but I think, we'd be looking at tens of millions of dollars. Or more, he's telling me. It could be in the hundreds of millions in additional costs.
So if we were to fund this, would there be maybe a report back to the legislature a year from now, 2 years from now, if in fact, will you be tracking that?
We'd be happy to report on that, and would be happy to report in conjunction with the consumer advocate if you're open to that. I think we're working on these issues closely. So I think we would be more than willing and happy to do that.
Representative McGuire.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why are we doing it this way rather than adding to the consultant line directly in House Bill 1 in your budget? I'm looking at page 341, class item 046, consultants, where you currently have 0. So, it seems like a weird way to do it.
Well, I think having a dedicated, what we're looking for is a dedicated fund that will support this effort. We believe, and clearly the governor believed, including it in HB2, that it was important that we establish a fund that's dedicated to this.
Yeah, I didn't hear a reason there. This is to hire consultants. You have a line, there's a budget line for consultants that has 0. What if it had $250,000 in it? You know what I mean?
It's a great question, but I think establishing a precedent for us as a new department and the important work that we do long term, I think it's good to have something that is actually a stake in the ground that we're making an investment in protecting our ratepayers at the regional level. Sure. Yep.
If I may just add something, most of the expertise that the department would request from ratepayers are related to the costs of consultants in dockets, and they would be done through the special assessment. But when the department needs consultation consultants for broader public policy issues, those would not necessarily be recovered through the assessment. So I just wanted to note that those assessment funds may be used for the broader, like renewable or offshore wind, or things that are not directly tied to something that can be special assessed. Thank you.
It's an excellent point. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand that. So you're saying money in House Bill 1 you can't spend on these items?
No, sir.
Let me explain why I don't like this, because when you create a dedicated fund, for us, it becomes out of sight, out of mind. You know, we don't look at the balance in all dedicated funds, of which there's a lot, right? We look at this book every 2 years. And so that's what brings it up to us to budget, right? So doing it this way, this is a fund you get to spend however you want to spend it, and we'll never see it again, you know, unless you say we need more into it, right? But if it's in the budget and it's a regular item every year, then we'll see it.
I think back to Rory's point about not being able to specially assess the utilities for this, that is one important, I think, argument for this being its own fund. I can't specially assess Eversource, for instance, for this work that we're doing. It's outside of docket work.
All right, are there further questions on this item? Are you all okay with the 250 and creating this fund, Representative Cambrels?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I believe it's a value proposition for the ratepayer at the end of the day. So that would be, and again, I don't like spending money, but this is a complicated issue. That's why Representative McGuire, you probably didn't understand the answer because it is very complicated. But I would vote to fund this.
Representative Sweeney, everybody else? Okay. Okay, we'll check that off then. 145 and 146. I guess we're going to 147. That's creating what, general counsel?
Yes, so the general counsel, that position does exist and has existed, but in the last budget for 22-23, we the position existed. There was some back and forth in the budget process last time about where the general counsel position should be. It ended up landing at the department where we believe we do need a general counsel. So we have a general counsel. He is with me today. So the position exists. It's funded. We just want to make sure that it's in the statute for the department and that I have the ability, because it's an unclassified position, I have the ability to appoint that individual. So just adding that language to the statute, clearing up any confusion.
I believe that's everything.
Thanks, Mr. Hoffman. So now I guess we'll turn quickly to your budget. I did see a couple of things that caught my eye, but I think you start on page 341. While members are looking at your budget, I just had a question on 141, the number of positions. It shows you going up from 3 to 6. I guess you could tell us what those 3 additional positions might be. That's at the bottom of page 341.
I believe, and Rory can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe those are the full-time temporary positions that we created to administer some of the new federal funding that we're receiving as a result of the federal building infrastructure funding and IIJA and IRA.
I saw a lot of federal money for fuel assistance. It was like 30 million or something.
Yes,
Was that also to help in that line as well?
So we have not requested full-time temporary positions for LIHEAP, but we have for our weatherization assistance program, which is receiving compared to what we usually receive, considerable increase in funding over the next several years. So I'm pretty sure that, but I'll have to double check with the business office, and I can get back to you on that, on those positions, but I believe that's what that is.
All right. Further questions from the division on the budget? While you're all looking, I had a question on site evaluation. Let's see what page that was on. So on page 361, the authorized for 23 was $286,000, but I see in the next year's, it's other funds. So these assessments will be to people applying versus any general fund money, because I think when this whole thing was set up, general funds were there to get you started. So we're going away from general funds and into other funds. Is that right?
I believe so, but I don't necessarily want to answer for the SEC. The chairman of the Public Utilities Commission chairs the SEC, and they have an administrator. So you may want to double check with them, but I believe how you're describing that is correct.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Hoffman.
there's a footnote below that account
Yeah.
that allows them to return to the fiscal committee for general funds.
Now, remember we gave them some funds to get started, and
I think so.
but I was
few
just
years
curious
ago.
whether they were just all completely moving away from general funds and then just having an assessment on those applying for a site evaluation permit. All right, well, I guess that's what our memory, that's correct, or, well, we can check that further if necessary.
Okay.
Any further questions with the Department of Energy? I don't want to rush anybody. Representative McGuire.
Yeah, I have a question. On page 356, your transfers to information technology are going down in half. We don't usually see things go down when the information technology.
Yeah, don't ask any
Isn't-
questions. That's
So,
a good thing. though.
Did you?
Thank you for catching
Did you
that,
have a
Representative.
project that finished or something like that? Is that-
That's a very good question. It may be related to our appropriation when the department was created. There were several projects related to our website, the creation of our website, and a new website for the commission as well. I'm not certain. I can get back to you on that.
Okay. And the other question I have, in this general area of, this is administrative support, right? The number of positions is declining by a third, but benefits and so on is increasing. So that doesn't seem right, right? Because, or at least maybe staying about the same. I don't know. If there's fewer people, there should be fewer, less benefits, less salary, et cetera.
That's an excellent question. I would need to get back to you on that.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you were fortunate because you're relatively new, 2 years old, so you got all new computers to start out. So hopefully that DOIT line will remain low for the foreseeable 10 years, perhaps. But everybody else seems to be always trying to catch up. At least you started off with new equipment, so.
And I know that DOIT works with, obviously the needs, they determine much of the needs related to that line.
Any further questions? Saw a couple thumbs up. Everybody okay to move along? And maybe you can just get that follow-up information
We
to
will.
the LBA folks, but I don't see any need not to just check the Department of Energy off as well. We all okay with that? All right. Thank you very much, sir. And
Thank you.
your folks that you brought with you. Yeah, thanks, you too. Be a good day for us when this is all over, I think. But Commissioner Arlinghouse, you are up to bat.
Microphones help, don't they? I'm Charlie Arlinghouse. I'm the Commissioner of Administrative Services. Who are you?
I am Sherry Rockburn, and I'm the Assistant Commissioner.
So we have on your agenda, it lists the things we're going to mention to you, but we're happy to talk to you about anything. I'll show you the classified pay grid, the unclassified grid, the pay warrant for the HB2, pay raise by branch, and then we'll talk about the upgrade to the ERP system. Somebody, and apparently it's the guy with the tie, asked about diagonal pay. I'm sorry, that's disrespectful. It's the honorable man with the tie. Yes. And so yeah. Oh, that was really poorly thought out by me, wasn't it?
I tried to get under the table. It just
It really
wasn't quick enough.
didn't help at all. So the diagonal equity which exists in the system, and somebody noticed with the unclassified system that it doesn't exist, and the answer to that is yes, it doesn't exist. So in between the two, you can see the diagonal on the classified grid, and it's, as people probably know, when you get a promotion, let's say for the sake of argument, you applied for a job and you're currently, let me see if I can do this right. You're a 27, step 5, let's just say, and you get promoted to a 29. The way we actually promote you is you go diagonally down to where you are. So you would go down to 29.3, which is diagonally the same, and then up 1, and that's how we determine your new salary. Too much detail for you to know, but it's sort of fun. So you hear anybody ever say diagonal plus 1, that's what they're referring to. The classified distribution, this came up a couple of times with questions. Somebody said, well, how many people are in what step and all of that? And this is data that we publish annually in the personnel report. How many people are at the maximum step? How many people are in the period where you have to wait 2 steps? I think this came up as a result of some of the questions when we talked to full fiscal and kind of where people are. It just gives you a sense where things are. Then slide page 5 shows you the current unclassified grid. Somebody asked me why. Why is this goofy? I think goofy is the right term. And I say goofy because, in the classified system, it's roughly 4% between step 8 and step 9, and it's roughly 4% between labor grade this and labor grade that. And it looks very thought through and mathematical. And this looks haphazard. The gap between some steps is, 2% and some steps is 8%, or some grades. And I think it was developed haphazardly, and periodically back in a very long time ago, when they did raises, people focused on the classified system, and unclassified was an afterthought, and then things were added and changed. In the last 20 years, there's been equity to deal with compression issues, but it wasn't always so. So there's no diagonal equity.
Charlie,
Yes.
believe it or not, we have like a lot of people watching, and people have asked the question about unclassified, classified. Maybe you could give just a brief overview of the 3 different areas.
So in the state system, classified employees are what we think of as state workers. Almost every state employee is a classified, quote, civil service employee. And it is a system that's developed, a civil service system that was developed in every state and in our state. And it goes back to the 30s and 40s and was standardized in 1950. And it is meant to be essentially all the employees. And it's why sometimes we talk about people being paid hourly, because that system is based on hourly rates. Whether you make $26,000 a year or you make $106,000 a year, you're paid as a hourly for 37 and a half hours. There's some schedules where you're paid 40 hours, but generally for 75 years, 37 and a half hours is our base schedule. And that is basically your basic state employees. There are 2 groups that are exceptional to that. One is the unclassified system, which 50 or 80 years ago were called state officers. and were spelled out. It was the treasurer, the comptroller, it was essentially agency heads and deputies. That system has evolved so that instead of being 40 people, it's 350 people. I think it's something like 384 positions out of 12,000. But so, the bulk of state workers, both part-time and full-time, are paid under the classified system, the system that categorizes everybody efficiently. There's a separate unclassified system. Those classifications are done through a legislative committee, JCEC it's called, as opposed to the Division of Personnel and all of that. And it's typically leadership positions. There's some nuances to that. I get like almost every commissioner every commissioner and agency head, usually their deputies and usually their division heads are in that system. 30 years ago, Terry Morton got permission to create about 90 of them at HHS that run a range. They aren't necessarily all leadership positions, but usually it's the leadership of departments are unclassified, which is a salaried position, and the rank and file are classified. There's a third group of people, which is non-classified. And you might think of that as much more strictly political appointees, which are a separate category under FLSA, the federal rules. So the governor's entire staff is non-classified. These are not necessarily budgeted by position and are not necessarily budgeted by salary. I like to say, it doesn't exactly work this way, but for example, the governor's office is given a dollar figure. Here's $500,000 for your people. You could pay one person $500,000 if you wanted. Wouldn't operate well, but you could. Or you could pay everybody next to nothing. And there's no restriction on that. It's just you do it and you do your rules. Legislative employees are typically non-classified positions, although there's some exceptions to that. And their legislature has its own separate grid and things like that. But non-classified, there are very few rules around, except the rules that affect everybody. And it's very few positions.
The only other thing I would add on the unclassified is those also are traditionally appointed. So they're appointed positions either through a governor council process, and that's how the individual ends up in them, or a commissioner or agency head would appoint that person into that position. So those also fall under that, and the classified is where most of the bargained positions are.
And the other point about non-classified is you are permitted legally to have almost no protection for them, right? So in theory, and that's why we talk about political appointees, a governor, the speaker, maybe the speaker of the House could say to his chief of staff, "You don't come back Monday." Not best practice, but and I'm sure he wouldn't. But technically, there's no protection. You don't have to give notice. You don't have to have a reason. You can just do whatever you want because it's a political job. Unclassified, there are some protections, and governor and council positions have one set, and other positions have another. But if you look at page 7, which we use to talk about the pay raise distribution, and I'll go back and talk about page 6, it gives you a sense of the scope. Think of legislative as not governed by most of the state rules. They have some of their own rules. Judicial has its own sort of set of rules. And if you look at the dollar amounts of the raise, multiply that by 10, it gives you a sense of how much that is and how the lion's share of the executive branch, for example, almost entirely is classified in that system. I'm going to come back to this in a second, but flip back to page 6, if you will. How is the pay raise budgeted? And this is one of the questions we got. The pay raise is budgeted by funds. We figure out how much a pay raise is going to cost, and then we apply a fund mix to it to figure out how much it has to cost by fund. Because what the legislature does is budget, what the government does, if you will, is budget by fund. And so if you have enough general funds and not enough liquor funds, that's a problem. And the funds tend not to be fungible versus each other. This is a complicated process that we try to refine every year to get it just right and to make sure that we're budgeting the amount of money that needs to be budgeted, but no more than needs to be budgeted in order to pay for the pay raise. And so the budget document historically has always had the pay raise budgeted by fund. So that although the increased cost of salaries is going to be about $101 million, almost 45 of it is general funds. And so you don't end up budgeting 85 million in general funds or 65 million in general funds. You budget the amount you need. So that's the budgeted number for each year. And that's the number that's in House Bill 2.
Very helpful.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
all I wanted to add. No, this is very helpful.
The only other thing I was going to add is, as Charlie, as Commissioner talked about in terms of, how we budget, this is also based on, or I should say, it's not based on total positions that are authorized. We really look at filled positions, we look at vacancy rates, we do a projection of where we're going to be. We obviously, as Charlie said, only want to give money where it's needed. We don't want to over budget for that. So that's just an important thing as we drill into the numbers, is that it's really looking at your actual employees that are going to be staffed.
And that's a historical thing where legislatures in the past have said, why are you setting aside money we're not going to spend? You're forcing us to spend, let's just say we budgeted every position instead of the positions that will be filled. You would end up budgeting, let's just say for the sake of argument, 10% more. And someone says, why am I depriving myself of $5 million a year to address priorities that the legislature identifies when you know you're not going to spend it, because there's always going to be a vacancy rate, whatever the range of it is. And so that's something that has been hammered into administrative services budgeting people for many, many decades by the collective you, so to speak. If you look at the grid on page 7, that just gives you an idea. I know there was a lot of the question about what's in the legislative branch, what's in the executive branch, what's in the what's classified, what's non-classified. There are other ways to parse this out, but this is sort of the big picture for you. And we did general funds and all funds just to give you a sense. And I hope that helps you and that gets at some of the questions you're asking. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
So if we go to page 72, that's where a lot of this starts and ends, or through 74.
Those sections are on page 72 through 75. That's sections 195 to 209 of HB2.
So are there any questions on the compensation package? That again starts at 195 through 209. Are we okay with that? It's a lot of money, but I think the department's done an excellent job in breaking this out. It's one of my questions. I was curious in the breakdown because other divisions are looking for money, obviously, but when you've
So-
got, well, go ahead,
Yeah,
Representative
thank you.
Dwyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see the unclassified table in the House Bill 2, but I don't, I mean, unclassified. I don't see the classified table in House Bill 2.
So there are technically something like 30 or 35 classified tables, and historically, many of them are in the various collective bargaining agreements, and it's, the correction officers are paid this way, and the law enforcement schedule, and all those. And historically, the legislature had adopted one table, and then there was kind of a wink, like you'll adjust the other ones the same way, right? But it never said that, and we didn't do 30. So I think it was 2 years ago, in the legislation, we amended that section of, I think it's RSA 99, but don't hold me to that, to say that administrative services shall adjust all the pay tables accordingly. And so, but so the pay tables don't have to be in statute. And the unclassified table, unfortunately, is in statute. And so you have to adopt it. It's not it's not created by the formula, and there's only one, right? So instead of 35 or whatever it is, depending if you count schedules and shift differentials.
No, I just wanted to be really clear. So this is an across-the-board 10% raise on all the branches, right?
Yes,
And we haven't seen.
nobody's left behind.
No, we haven't seen the legislative budget technically yet. I don't know what difference that
Technically,
makes.
for legislative employees, my understanding of the process is that the legislature has to vote separately to adopt the raise for legislative employees. And I believe that fiscal adopts one group of employees and the facilities committee adopts the other group of employees for the legislature. And those committees, my understanding is technically can do whatever they want. And I'm not the boss of them.
The-
Follow up?
Well, just a comment, so the Joint Legislative Facilities Committee is meeting the morning of March 24th, and that's when they're going over the legislative budget, which is sort of,
After the fact.
it's sort of outside of the time period that we have to be done, but just to make that note. And then just follow, so the unclassified positions are all the leadership positions, and their rate of pay starts at a much higher level, so the 10% is a bigger.
The the unclassified schedule runs from AA on up, and what I do mean to imply is that most leadership positions are unclassified, but not every unclassified position is in leadership. So the A's are about the equivalent of, if you compare it to a 40-hour schedule, a 27. And at the sort of mid-range, the highest classified schedule is 35s are about a GG. So with the exception that I think everyone here knows that it's difficult, has been difficult for years to get some employees to accept a promotion if they're classified moving into unclassified, because you give up overtime and you go from a 37.5-hour schedule where you are literally legally prohibited from working a 38th hour. I mean, my first 3 months on the job, we wrote somebody up for working, which was very hard to, because they, if you work, I must pay you. And if I'm not budgeted money to pay you, you must not work, or I'm going to commit an illegal act under federal law. And so that there's a compression issue in state government. I think everyone knows that.
Representative McGuire has a question.
Yeah. So I assume it's not 40 hours because there's a half-hour lunch. Is that the idea?
No, it's in fact, on a 30, I believe on a 37.5-hour schedule, it's a 7.5-hour day, but 7.5 does not include let's say you work, let's just say for the sake of argument, an 8 to 4 schedule. It's 8 to 4, but you have a half-hour lunch. You are contractually required to take a 15-minute break, for which you are paid. The half-hour lunch, you are not paid. And if you work 8 to 4:30 and take an hour lunch, that's okay too.
Right. But so therefore, I think the answer is yes, as opposed to no. But all right. The main problem I have.
But what I mean to say is the difference between those on a 37.5-hour schedule and those on a 40-hour schedule is not that one of them gets a longer lunch.
Well, okay. I don't have a problem with this raise thing, but I just think, I don't know if we need to be mindful of it, but on page 6, the people we're going to make the most difficult, the most problems for, to me, seems to be Division 2. because highway fund, turnpike fund, those are not sort of variable revenue sources, right? Those are very fixed, so many cents per gallon of gas and so many, registration fees and stuff like that. And we're adding $20.5 million of highway fund expenses by approving this, right? And so I think they're going to be in trouble, but we haven't heard them complain
would-
yet, so I don't
I
know.
would encourage, if you look at the governor's executive budget summary, one of the things it includes in it is surplus statements for all of the funds, which Sherry's going to point out now, all include the pay raise in them and all include a positive balance. So, and the only other thing I would say is that if you work at Fish and Game, you're probably also having trouble hiring, and your workers are also having trouble keeping up with inflation, and it would seem weird to deny them.
Well, as a follow-up to Representative McGuire, none of these pay raises were in any of the budgets that we've reviewed, so it's all
They're not in the budget itself, but because they're a separate House Bill 2 item, it means that there is money available, and they would not have been, the governor legally has to present a balanced budget. And if you look at it, it's not just balanced, but it's balanced, not even with surplus revenues that way, in terms of the pay raise. So,
Although, as you know, the Ways and Means Committee has found he was a little too optimistic in his revenue numbers. So,
yeah, I don't have to do revenues anymore.
too lucky. Are there any more questions, Representative Sweeney? Any thoughts? Or? Representative Grassi, not to put you on the spot, any thoughts here? Okay, Representative Ebel, did you want to hold back on the legislative portion just because we haven't seen their budget, or?
Well, it's a thought. I don't know what the rest of the division thinks. I mean, the budget isn't, so under the statute, the Facilities Committee is the one that sort of reviews the legislative budget and blesses it. And that's on March 24th in the morning. So we won't have their feedback for our review. So I don't know how that works. We do have their budget in here, the proposal.
Yeah, just so everybody's aware, we have to have everything done by Tuesday, so the LBA can work on it and get it out for next week, because we have a session, of course, Wednesday and Thursday. Representative Sweeney.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure I'm thinking of the right conversation we're having. Are you talking about the legislative pay raises
Branch.
or the whole legislative branch budget?
Well, at this point, all I was saying is it's hard to approve the legislative branch in some ways until we know what they're doing. So I just put it out there. I'm not sure the division realized that Facilities has to approve the legislative branch budget, and we won't have a benefit of having a conversation with them before we have to give our blessing to the Division 1 recommendations. Is that right, Mr. Chair?
That's correct. Yeah.
So
Mr. Chairman, if I if I could offer, I don't know if this is helpful or not, but historically with things like the pay raise, what has happened is that a legislative finance committee can approve the money being made available should the facilities committee, et cetera, decide to grant it. I'm not aware of a situation where they've decided not to grant it in the past. I don't want to, past performance is no indicator of future results. But I would say that one of the things the legislature could consider doing, at least on the pay raise portion, I don't want to speak to the rest of it, is you could go ahead and pass it. And so the money would be available for them to know that they could decide one way or the other to accept it or reject it. And that way you're not doing it half your budget now in that sense.
Yeah, and just to follow up to that, the fiscal committee approves all the LBA adjustments and pay raises. Specifically, that's where that comes from.
I mean, that makes sense to me because otherwise we're just gonna have to come back. So whatever folks think. I just wanted to make sure we were aware of the deadlines we're involved with.
Yeah, it would be nice to get rid of a large chunk here if we could today. I think we all recognize that all the state employees need a pay raise. I guess my question initially was that as far as those leadership roles, what was the impact? Because obviously they're the, well, except for Charlie, and the most compensated as far as state staff, but certainly all the classified employees really deserve a raise. And I think most of your classified employees are union members and they did negotiate in good faith. Now, Charlie, just a quick question. Are there any unclassified that are union members? You know, like in my industry, the railroads, that many people that become managers hold on to their union rights and pay the monthly fees so they can still be part of the
No,
union.
in
Is that?
in the state system, they aren't. And there, in fact, there are a number of other positions. Typically, some senior managers and people who are involved directly or indirectly in the bargaining discussions and data process who are so-called confidential employees and therefore not eligible to join the union. But so none of the unclassified are union eligible. Most of something like 92% of the classified are eligible.
Okay, so Representative McGuire, are you prepared to move like all those items from 195 through 209?
Yes. So just in general, I mean, the amount of the raise is similar to inflation, right? There's no question about that. And also, the constant refrain we hear from people is we can't fill positions, right? Well, that's a sign that we're not paying enough, right? Not that we're paying too much. There's only very few agencies have come in and said, well, yeah, all our positions are full. I mean, I heard that once maybe in the past month, right? So yeah, I think these are reasonable.
All right, so seconded by Representative Grassi. Any further discussion? Everybody okay with that? Simple show of hands for those sections 195 through 209. All right, thanks, that's unanimous. And while we're not far from 194, that's parking in Concord. I think there were some questions. We didn't check it off. I guess it's,
I'm sad to say I don't have House Bill 2 in front of me. Is there any chance somebody has an extra copy?
I guess that's the
Is
Department.
this 50,000 for parking?
Yeah, there was a note that it wasn't enough or something. It was like 50,000, but that was only half what was needed.
Well,
or-
enough is one of those questions. So, right? Most state buildings have parking near them somewhere. Almost all of them have parking lots attached to them. Certainly the campus does, and Hazen Drive does, Pillsbury Street does, South Street does. But if you happen to work downtown in the state library, the DOJ that will soon be torn down, or the annex, almost nobody has parking. And so for decades, the union contract included in one of the subunit agreements, the admin services subunit agreement, which is not terribly controversial. We get money for parking and boots, but included 50,000 for parking. This was moved into House Bill 2 instead of the CBA because there have been years when the CBA is in Evergreen. And that provision was not in Evergreen, and we asked for it to be moved for this reason, that while there's a thought that some things shouldn't be in Evergreen because it encourages bargaining, I don't think the $50,000 for a handful of employees who have no parking space was really moving the needle one way or the other. And so from a bargaining standpoint, it's not a big deal. From a few hundred people who are like trying to figure out what to do, it was a big deal. So we put it in House Bill 2 instead of in the union contract, that's all. And it's been
So-
50,000 for a few years.
So we're okay now with 194, the language and all, so we can check that off. 194, Mr. Kane.
When it says as
Oh.
appropriated, where is it appropriated?
So that is in a dedicated account, well, I shouldn't say dedicated, in an accounting unit that's in our budget. The accounting unit is called Special Disbursements, and there's a class line directly in House Bill 1 for that. I don't have my full budget in front of me, but I can give you
One of
the
accounting
page
units in
numbers.
the Department of the Commission, in the Office of the Commissioner.
Yeah, I think we brushed across it. That's why I had a memory of $50,000.
It's the same accounting unit with the Governor's Transition Fund, the money we pay for the Concord Fire Protection.
And is it
EA,
the
I think
same
we
as-
pay EAP out of that accounting unit.
Yeah.
It's not dedicated.
It's on page 50, yeah. It's on page 59 of your, of House Bill 1, page 59. The account is called Special Disbursements. It's 1302. And as you get there, so once again, page 59, towards the bottom is a line that says Class 213 Concord Fire and Municipal Services. It's 175,000. 50,000 of that is to the city for parking cards. They average about $140 for a person, and the remaining 125 is a payment that we make to the city to assist with fire, police, other services that we may need from them. But it's not a direct bill or anything like that. That's just also been it's been the same number for a really long time.
How much is it per car per day?
Parking is now.
If
It
you-
adds up to 50,000.
So if you were to use your parking card, so I'm very fortunate and feel guilty every day that I have a parking space. So, you literally feel guilty every day because people are walking and you're like, hi, I know you have to park in the garage or on the street and it's snowy and I feel bad. But if you were to use your card every day to cover the hours that you're there for the entire day, it would last you about 2 weeks.
Further?
People tend to use it on snow days. We try to have when the legislature is not using Store Street and Terry's willing, people can park on Store Street, and we try to have a free parking option and run a shuttle.
And for the other 50 weeks, what do people do?
They either Store Street during the off season, some of that. They pay out of their pocket, or they park in. It used to be the old highway garage on Store Street, and we would shuttle them. Although we're now running that out of South Street, the building on South Street that used to be the hospital, down by Tucker's. But as somebody said to me, you know, if you're an accountant and you take a job at Admin Services, you're actually taking a pay cut. And I'm like, I know, just can we not tell them that in the interview? Anyway, that's why it's there, but from a budgetary standpoint, you can't cover 52 weeks. It's just not.
All right, so we're okay with 194? Okay, I'd like to move, if we could, quickly to the department's additional priorities. My quick,
Representative Leachman, can I
Yeah,
interrupt you?
sure,
We just
sure,
had one more
absolutely.
item in HB2, and
Oh.
that was their upgrade, the appropriation for the upgrade of the ERP system. It's on page 70 of HB2, section 186 and 187. It's a $7.8 million appropriation in fiscal year '23.
Of my handout for you, slides 8, 9, and 10 are about this, if you want me to blather. I'll try to be quick because I know we don't want to go from parking to parks without a palate cleanser. That's good, huh? This is for the ERP. Fiscal Committee approved money recently, and I'll explain quickly what it is. Page 8, what is an ERP? Enterprise Resource Planning is a term of art. It's a computer-based integrated system of an organization's business processes, HR, payroll, financials, etc. It's all of the software used to run the operation of the business. The business in this case is called the government of the state of New Hampshire. And it's that. It's the everybody on every desk, every financial manager, every HR manager, etc. Traditionally, it's been on premise, and all of these things are moving to the cloud. New Hampshire First is what we call ours. Apparently that technically stands for something, but don't ask me what it is because no one can remember. And I think there might be two S's. But anyway, it's a statewide system, and our current vendor is called Infor, which is a large national software company. Some of its competitors are places like Oracle and Workday, and names people will have heard of. When we bought the system originally, the company was called Lawson. You may have heard that name. Infor bought Lawson about 15 years ago. So page 9 is why an upgrade. The costs associated with our 14-year-old, that's a long time in computer world, on-premise system continue to rise, and we struggle to keep up with the latest supported version. As of April, the current version will no longer be supported. Think of Windows 98, if you will. It's okay to run Windows 98 as long as you don't connect to the internet, but you're out of luck because they don't support you. And that's kind of where we are. So the state has three options at this point. We've reached an inflection point, and that's why we're coming to you. There are three basic options. One is to do nothing. Although the state has occasionally taken this task in the past, Dennis Goulet routinely yells at me when I say this is one of our three options. Because he said, that's not really an option. I said, I know, but we did it before. And he said, but it's stupid. We can't do that. I said, I know, but it's one of our options is do nothing. So this is me telling you it's not a great option. The other two are to reprocure a new ERP system, to go out to bid, solicit a bunch of vendors and reprocure a new system. 3 is to upgrade the existing system that we have. This is often the question you have on upgrading systems of any size. It's a big deal because this is so big. Reprocuring a new system, we could get bids. We might change vendors. We might go to Workday. We might go to Oracle. We might go to, I don't know all the vendors in the system anymore. I know PeopleSoft got bought by somebody, if anybody remembers PeopleSoft. We believe that would be a much more expensive proposition and would require significant change management if somebody else bought the system. Idaho is doing this, and it's more than 100 million. Although probably we would be significantly less than that, even though we're a similar size-ish of state and state government as they are, because they're abandoning some other legacy systems. But it would probably be, the last time Dennis Goulet and I talked, he said definitely 2x, like 2 times as much, but probably 3x or 4x. In terms of total costs. And the other option is to upgrade the existing system with Infor, which is the path we're taking. That path, the costs are on page 10, and the discussion of it is on page 10. It's about 25 million. And again, we think the other of the all-in costs are about 50 million. In February fiscal, they approved 15 million of ARPA funding, which the ARPA gods granted to us. And 15 million, not on the assumption that 15 is all it would cost, but that we'll do 15 here and we'll do the rest out of House Bill 2 appropriations in the budget. Upgrading really is cost effective, but it's a once every decade or so cost. And it's not something you can account for in your operating budget. And it's frankly brutal on the capital budget too. The capital budget, if you tried to go, well, I have this thing and it's only 25 million in the capital budget, everyone in that committee has a stroke. It's just very difficult to do that. They're like, we could do a couple of roofs. It's like a courthouse and then some, if you will. And so this is one of the few times where we might even be able to do this. So it's about 22.8 million. That's why we're asking for 7.8 on top of the 15. And I would just note the project is not scalable. It's a question people ask, well, can we just do like half the departments in the state? It's an all or nothing. It's an enterprise system, not a some agencies system. And I'll note from this standpoint, think about it this way. One of the major components of this is financial, payroll and the state's finances. The state has one set of books. Not multiple sets of books. We have one set of books. Even Al Capone had only one set of books. In fact, I think that's how they caught him. What you'll see operationally is 3 separate contracts. One is a contract with Infor, and that's to review the processes, build, test, train, etc. Infor is a software company. That's the Microsoft, if you will. Axiom. Axiom is an implementer. They're an Infor partner, but they're a separate company. And they're doing, simultaneously, we're doing a transition to what's called workforce management, which is a new timekeeping system from what we do today. And this is something the state's been working on or trying to work on for 5 to 6 years. And they'll compete that process. Workforce management is an integrated part of the Infor Cloud Suite product. And third, we'll have an IV&V vendor, independent verification and validation vendor. And that is, you probably saw this with the RIMS project at DRA. You want somebody independent to tell you whether this is going well or not. Otherwise, you have to rely on me or the people doing the work. And we're always going to go, no, it's really actually going much better than it looks like. And you don't need that. You want someone to say, it is going about how it looks like, and they need to, you know, get their rear end gear on it. So
Okay.
So,
that's ERP funding.
so Representative McGuire has a question.
Yes, thank you. How much do we pay ongoing for maintenance in this area, and is that being changed by doing this upgrade?
I think in the coming year we'll pay roughly $1 million, and after the upgrade we'll pay roughly, I can get you exact numbers, roughly 1.7, and we'll have a 10-year contract with an escalation of 1% a year.
So
We
not-
could have a contract with an escalation of 0, but it's a
Yeah, right. But so in a sense, we're going to pay 70% more just for maintenance, even though we have a brand new system. I mean-
yes. It's and frankly, it's moving from an on-premise system with a maintenance contract to software as a service, and it's actually what's happening with everything in the. You know, think of it this way: you don't buy Microsoft Office anymore; you buy a subscription to Microsoft Office.
So will we save on hardware costs?
We will have a modest reduction in what we spend with DOIT and some of the servers and all that. And I mean, I've looked at all of those numbers, and we'll have a modest reduction. But I don't want to pretend to you that we're going to save so much that this is a net financial bonus. It's a net financial cost.
Right. So I think we should approve this. They've already spent 2/3 of the money, and Joe has to go. So.
All right, Commissioner, you have a pretty significant ask elsewhere too. It's about $6 million of the priority list that we saw on the 24th of February. So would you rather see this 7.8 million, or are there other asks that are equally as important on the other $6 million side?
The 7.8 is an ask that I cannot operationally do without.
Okay.
So if it's an either or, there's not a choice.
The division does have some significant wiggle room. We have like 84 million in one bill that we haven't acted on. We've got invest with 30 million. So we do have some wiggle room. So I guess Representative McGuire is putting forward the 7.8 at this point. Representative Griffin. All right. Okay, show of hands. We're okay with that? Okay, we'll add that. Sorry, Mr. Kane. Every time we add something, we get an email from Mr. Kane telling us to be cautious. Yeah,
I'll just note that was in the governor's draft.
yeah, it was. All right, so we can quickly move then. I know Joe's got to get out of here at 11:30, Joe? Yeah. If we could look quickly at your wants
I think I discussed them in some detail, and I think each of them is sort of a standalone. I don't want to say that any of them is a package. And you know what we do and why we need them. And I would just say operationally, I do understand that if it's one of those things, and nobody's getting nothing, then good, we're fine with that. But if you said to us, what's you know, what are your operational challenges? This is what they are. And, you know, the one thing that is very much a one-time spend as opposed to ongoing operations is the maintenance funding.
The 3.5.
Yeah. And then the only other piece that is one time and by the way, in the 3.6, I think it is scalable. And as is the 1.2, and that's about moving costs when people are moving buildings. You know, we have a system right now that is budgetarily based upon a presumption that no one ever moves anywhere. And which is a bad presumption if you want to fix buildings. And so, you know, it's very hard. I had a discussion with a very small agency the other day who said, well, you know, our lease is expiring and we want to move here. And I said, how much money do you have for moving costs? And they said, well, we don't have any. And I said, and the director of the agency said, couldn't you just pay for it? And I'm like, I'd have to ask my wife. I don't think it's going to work. But it's an issue.
You do get an A for humor, you know. So.
I'm not sure that my entire staff would agree with you on that, but thank you.
So, pleasure of the division. Again, I know we do have some wiggle room, but we'll have to come back and look at what we may have to chisel away on as far as the items that we have not touched. Representative McGuire?
Yeah, let me just ask, the building maintenance fund, sorry, the building maintenance fund, does it have a certain amount? It's non-lapsing, so it has a certain amount now. What's the throughput kind of that fund?
The throughput of that is meant to be, we do a 75 cent a square foot charge, and I think it's roughly 2.8, 5.6 per biennium. Does that make sense? And we're holding off on projects this year until we know what's going to happen in the budget and whether we have to stretch or not stretch.
So the 5.6 per biennium, this would be in addition to those things?
Yes.
Okay, to deal with maintenance that hasn't been performed but should have been? Is that
The state, and it should have been as a eye of the beholder question. The state, if I did a real deferred maintenance list, it'd be about $1 billion.
Mm.
And so, you know, we hope to do 2 or 3 million a year. We're not really keeping up.
I see.
And
Okay.
we are going to, in the course of the next 6 months-ish, do a professional survey of every building and identify with an independent, you know, large corporations do this a lot, and the university system, I think, did it, where you have somebody come in and look at all your systems and say, end of life, 5 years from end of life, 10 years from end of life. You know, when should you expect to do something, so we can be strategic instead of just whatever happens to get funded.
Okay, thank you.
We have a long history of deferred maintenance here, at least the time I've been here. It's always, we'll do it next budget cycle. And I think we've probably gotten to that budget cycle now. So you all ready to move all these along, Representative McGuire? Or?
No, why don't we
Yeah, sure.
finish up our
On the Division of Enterprise App Management, how does that relate to ERP and? all
That's who
that?
runs the ERP. It used to be called FDM, which I think stood for Financial Data Management, because the data was much more than financial. I think in the 80s it was just financial data, and that's when they created the name. Now it's called Enterprise Application. So they manage New Hampshire First, and it is that organization.
The line item that you see in front of you is not related to the project itself. It really is just a keying error that occurred in the budget. So if you looked at your budget page, it looks like there's a federal grant that's coming in, and it was just keyed incorrectly. So that one is a fix that we're asking for.
Well, because we're under kind of a deadline here, we either need to move a couple of these or none, or we could give the department some wiggle room, give them a flat amount, and they could decide whether they needed 4 human resource coordinators, make it 2, and 1 purchasing agent, and give them that latitude to make that decision with just a sum amount. But again, looking for suggestions from the division. Representative McGuire?
All right. I guess I'm in favor of the big items more so than the positions, because the positions often are unfilled already. There's other positions, right? I mean,
That's correct.
so, there's places to add people. And just because if we have this position that puts money, may very well not get spent. So
So you're looking at the 1.2.
the 1.2
moving
and
cost
the 3.6 and the 151.
Okay. Are we,
I think we'd be operationally very satisfied with that.
all right, are the rest of the division members okay with it? I see thumbs up. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate your efforts, and again, respect your advice and, yeah. Thanks. All right, Melissa and Mike, give those 3 items to add in, and we'll delete the other 3. What's that?
Tonight,
Depends how long at OPLC, I guess. We could, if people are up to it, we could certainly move, but my guess is we'll just come back Monday. And Monday at 9:30, and we'll hear those 2 retirement bills on Monday. And
yeah, I'll have
we gotta
amendment.
get that. Did you? Because Janet,
He wasn't in there, but I can run in and schedule them.
yeah, go over and make sure those 2 are scheduled. Yeah, the 84 million and the 25. And also put Tuesday as a work. I noticed it wasn't in the calendar, so I want to make sure.
I'm working on an amendment to reduce the 84 to about 10.
Take that.
Okay. Shouldn't have said that.
Commissioner, how are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
Good, thanks. If you could state your name for the record and identify the colleague next to you, that would be helpful.
Thank you. Sarah Stewart, Commissioner of the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, and I'm with Chris Marino, who oversees our Office of Administration. I just want to remark that the last time we were here, Representative McGuire, you were wearing a Valentine's Day tie, and this time you're wearing a St. Patrick's Day tie, so I feel like we're always celebrating a holiday when we're before you, which gives me a good feeling.
Come back on Easter.
There you go. Hopefully we won't have to. At least it's not April Fool's Day.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we were before you on February 10th, and I provided some overall remarks about our budget. That was before the governor issued his budget on February 14th. The headline is we're very happy with the governor's budget allocation for this agency. We oversee 5 divisions, as you'll recall: Parks and Recreation, the Division of Forests and Lands, the Division of Historical Resources, the State Library, and the New Hampshire State Council on the Arts. And we feel that most of our requests for this next biennium have been fulfilled in the governor's budget. So today we're happy to tick through that budget with you, answer specific questions. Perhaps before we do, I'll let Chris Marino just share a couple of small items that were not covered in the governor's budget, but we wanted to bring to your attention.
All right, fire away.
Good morning. Thank you. Just two items that we wanted to mention that were not covered. One, in one case, is just a small increase in our utility line for our service operations account for $150,000, and I will specify that, provide a written specification for you. And the other item is a DOIT position. This is a position to support our agency. It is a management position. Currently, the setup we have right now is kind of left over from when we were DRED. As you may recall, we were split into 2 separate departments. However, we still have one individual trying to do management services for both departments. And it has become a matter of really just not being able to maintain the level of service that we need. So we have sought to add a position. We've conferred with DOIT on this. They are in support. They are in agreement. However, it was not included as part of the, it was not accepted as part of the submission with the governor's budget. We'd like to go ahead and request to have that added to our budget as well. And again, I'll provide detailed information on the particular position and the funding. It would be general funding, which is primarily, well, it would be an allocation of mixed funds within our department, primarily general funding, but some other percentage of funds from agency income, since it will be servicing the entire department.
Now, your budget starts on 601. Could you tell us, for the benefit of the LBA and ourselves, where that line would increase? On what page, perhaps?
Sure. Well, it would increase within accounting unit 2982, which is on page, I apologize, the print went upside down. Hold on just a second. 3401. Be page 603. Excuse me. So under accounting unit 2982, information technology. So what we'd be doing is adding an additional amount in that account to cover the cost of an additional position, salary and benefits for an additional position.
And how much was that?
It's estimated to be approximately combined salary and benefits $108,000 in 24 and $114 in 25.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Hoffman?
we have that on the second page of our additional request. DOIT also asked for this as one of their items.
Okay, thank you.
It's on the
Oh, yeah, I see number 10, right? Priority number 10. Yeah. A little more duplication. All right, thanks for pointing that out, Michael.
That was all I had. For additions, that was all we had. There was one question that had come up in the prior session we had back on February 10th. There had been a question by, it might have been Representative McGuire. In any case, it was a question about the allocation of funds within the commissioner's office. The question related to why there was a portion of agency income and increases. So what I wanted to do was clarify. Unfortunately, I was not able to make it at that time, so I wasn't there to assist. But essentially, the commissioner's office is comprised of a mix. We have within the commissioner's office functions such as the Conservation Plate Fund, which is nearly $1 million in other funding. We also have the Design Development Maintenance Group, which is 90% funded by agency income as well. And we also have in that figure for the Commissioner's Office the indirect cost, which is allocated by the Administrative Services as part of the statewide cost allocation plan. So that figure is identified as other income in that accounting unit as well. So there are other functions. There's also, I'm sorry, the Bureau of Historic Sites as well, which is also currently funded with parks funds. However, we do have language in House Bill 2 that would draw a warrant to allow that function to be put back under a general fund fund source.
Which is where it always has been, except for
Excuse me.
COVID budget years.
Correct. So hopefully that clarifies the mix of general and other funds within the Commissioner's office.
Yeah, I see you do have a number of issues that we haven't touched on in House Bill 2, so maybe we should go to House Bill 2.
Sure.
Great.
And we have the Krista McAuliffe, which falls under your jurisdiction, and some others. So, Mr. Hoffman, the very first one for the Department of Natural Resources. Make sure I'm looking at a couple, but should we start in the
Looks
top?
like that's on page 32, section 83.
Yeah, okay.
That's the Krista McAuliffe Memorial.
Yes, and I believe that the governor's office is finalizing their committee membership list for that. It allocates, I believe, is it 1 million?
500.
500,000 to commission an artist, which would go out to bid, to develop a memorial / statue to honor Krista McAuliffe on State House property. And I would be on that committee, as well as, I believe, the Commissioner of DAS or designee, some members of the public, and appointed members of the House and Senate.
Representative McGuire, I do recall you had a question on this about maybe raising private funds or?
Yeah, I don't remember it too much. I mean, it's hard to justify this in my mind. Is this something that a charity could be made to create? and
There
so
is
on?
language, I believe, in the executive order that allows for private donations, which is wonderful. If you recall, the most recent statue is of Governor Winant, which is over in front of the State Library. And that was a product of much fundraising. The experience I heard was really tough, to be honest. And so I think that I think that the governor wanted to make sure that it could be achievable by giving it this allocation and also welcoming donations from the public.
What was the cost of the Winant statue, and when was it spent?
Do you know the cost?
Not certain. I believe it was under $1 million. So the language in section 83 gives the authority to raise money through gifts and whatever, and start the process. The actual appropriations in 84. So we could act on at least getting the thing started in 83. And then we can move to 84 and discuss whether the state wishes to put any money
Okay.
towards the project. We all okay with 83?
Sure.
So the appropriation, do you have a suggested amount, Representative McGuire, or do you don't feel we should fund it?
Can I just ask
Representative Ebel.
what you would estimate the cost for it would be?
So we haven't had, this kind of just popped in front of us. So we haven't had time to, to get any cost estimations for what a current day statue artist would charge. I'm told it would be north of $500,000, considering if we're having it on a slab of marble or granite, there's a lot of things that need to go into it. Previous to Governor Winant, statues have not been put up recently on the State House. There are 6 statues, including Governor Winant. And I think before that most recent one, it was like 100 years before. So I think prices have changed since then, I'm guessing. But part of the job of this committee will be to do some of that research and come up with, the parameters of what expense this should be.
Is the committee itself entirely volunteers, and this money is strictly for?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, I'm still, I would like to see that there's significant fundraising from others before we add taxpayer funds. So I would just move to remove section 84.
Comments from the division? Representative.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Representative McGuire. Again, I think we need to get more details, let establish the committee for them to come up with some figures and some numbers, because this is just too wide open.
Do we have any idea about any of the costs for the design for the governor's Wynette's statute out there? Is there any numbers on that? You said it was like $1 million for the whole.
I can get those. I'm sure they're all documented. And since it was a recent project, I can find those for you.
Well,
And that could be the starting point of this committee's work.
you know, speaking for myself, I would agree with Representative Cambrels and McGuire, but just one person here. Any other thoughts? Yes, Representative Cambrels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, what I was thinking was if they at least had a rough idea of what the design element would cost, maybe we could fund that portion, but I wouldn't fund 500,000 without knowing. So if they could say the designer would cost $25,000, whatever, then maybe we could appropriate that amount, but the 500 is a non-starter for me.
All right, everybody okay with that? All right, Melissa, Mr. Hoffman, please remove 84. All right, there were some others that I saw that caught my attention. Mr. Hoffman had a couple more in there. Appropriation for the state library, I
Yes.
believe there was one.
97 and 98 are
Yeah.
the next. Page 30, page 36.
Like to discuss that?
Yes,
Chair?
thank you. So the State Library is an historic building. I hope you've all been there. And it will never be fully a climate controlled facility for the preservation of the books and documents that are charged to the library for management and protection. Over the years, we have quarantined some of the special books in a more climate controlled area of the library. But it would be a huge undertaking to fully redo the air quality in that building. Many libraries in New Hampshire, but also across the country, are recognizing that in order to stay relevant, they need to connect more with the needs of the community. This is what a lot of your local public libraries have done, and very successfully. And so the state library is looking to become more of a public-facing facility, state-owned facility here, right next to the State House, where fourth graders show up almost on a daily basis these days, and where the public comes from not only all over New Hampshire, but all over the country to tour our state capitol. The idea here, and what we've already begun, is working with DAS and the Department of Public Works, Division of Public Works, who have assigned a project manager to work with some professionals who can assess the stacks of books in the library currently and determine which ones we are by RSA required to maintain for the public, which ones might be donated or outdated, and which ones we should move to a climate secured storage facility and tag with an electronic number that we can then find it easily as needed for the public. It would not compromise our customer service. It would not compromise the interlibrary loan system function, et cetera, all the expected customer service projects that the library undertakes. What it would do is free up some space in the actual building and allow our agency to do some programmatic work, to showcase our archaeology lab findings, to have a gallery night for young artists in New Hampshire, to a variety of valuable experiences that our agency would like to fulfill in a more public-facing way. So the governor allocated the $1 million to take this first step, which is hiring the professionals to assess the spatial situation at the library with the books, and then actually do something with their recommendation, which would be to take out some of the books and put them in climate-controlled storage that can be managed by our library staff and free up that space in the library. So this is a continuation of the work we've initiated.
Questions for the commissioner, Representative McGuire?
Where is the library in House Bill 1?
Where is the library in House Bill 1?
Which accounting unit?
Yeah, what page?
It is on page, starts. It starts on page 660. Starting with Central Library Services.
Right.
And you'll notice there's the general fund, thank you, the general fund component, accounting unit 2551,
Okay.
and then the other
Right.
substantial is the federal.
Okay, so this is a roughly
What
a
page
2
is
million,
that?
I'm on page 664.
Okay.
So the grand total for the state library is roughly $2 million a year of general funds. And there's a similar amount of federal funds, a little bit less. Right?
Yes, although that is, yes, approximately $2 million in general funds. Yes.
Right. So this would be like a 25% increase in the cost of the library.
This would be very separate from their day-to-day operations.
Sure.
This would be a special project that I believe would then serve beyond the current scope of work that the library is physically able to conduct at their building.
What is the cost of this storage? Do
So-
we? Yeah, go ahead.
So our state librarian, Michael York, has been talking to other communities that have done similar projects. UNH did this a number of years ago. So he has been working with DPW to share some of these estimates. The $1 million is on the low bar, I think, of the technology portion of the project. However, until we have this assessment of needs, I don't know how large a project this might become. My hope is the $1 million will get us moving in this direction, and we can do a phased approach so that we can work through some programming, a pilot programs at the state library while we've moved some books out. There's going to be some painting needs and some, maybe new lighting or whatever in some of the spaces of the library that currently just hold books. So there's a lot of moving parts, but the hope is not to let this project stall after we get the DPW project management assessment achieved. We want to keep moving forward.
Yeah, let me ask it a slightly different way. How much of the $1 million goes to the consultant who will assess the books?
None. We already have the money to pay for the consultants who are already, DPW's already doing an RFQ for.
And will you digitize all the material that gets stored?
Not necessarily. We are always digitizing our books and paperwork and records at the state library, and we give out a ton of grants around the state for local libraries to do the same. But a lot of the books we are going to stay as books and will be then stored in a climate-controlled facility. But we do regularly, constantly digitize. But we're not going to digitize everything, and that's just an ongoing maintenance project, the digitization.
So if someone had a request for something that was stored in this facility, there's a way to
Absolutely.
go ask them and to
Oh,
go
yes.
remove it, et cetera.
Promptly,
Okay. All right.
yes.
Yeah, I just don't know how do I evaluate what I'm getting for $1 million in the sense that, it's not, you didn't say 1,000 books will be stored or some kind of.
I would say
something
more than
concrete.
1,000 books to free up the space at the state library. I would love to take this group on a field trip at the state library and do a tour to show you the untapped opportunity that I believe exists in such a beautiful building. Not many people go from their car into the state library. They go to the State House, but they don't, and that's a shame. And I think that it's a beautiful state building that just to start with, our agency could bring to life with the talent that we that we have in our agency, and beyond that, we could expand. But I think it could be a wonderful place that's open week evenings for the public to enjoy various programming.
Yes, Representative.
Question I have on this, are there any of these books that you're looking at that are at risk?
Oh, yes.
Of damage and could be lost? If
Absolutely.
We don't follow through with this?
Absolutely. That's sort of the patchwork quilt approach has been doing okay at the state library, but it's not, we're not confident that that approach is truly protecting the most valuable paper products that are in that building. So yes, they are at risk.
Representative Ebel, please.
Thank you. I'm in full support of this section and this appropriation. I know what the state library has been going through just from the public works side of things. I also saw a real mess that we got into with the state archives, neglecting some of our historic documents. I think there are many valuable things that should not be neglected. The library is beautiful, and it also sounds to me like you're trying to bring its programs more into the 21st century so that you can reach a greater population within the state so that they can benefit what's in the library. So I, especially since you've started the process, again, because of what I've seen with the archives, the patchwork quilt effect doesn't really work, and I think we should appropriate the $1 million.
Further discussion from the division. Yes, Representative Cambrels, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Being that we are a finance committee, and I know you can't probably put a price on these treasures that we're storing,
Yeah.
but if you were to sell these on, say, a private market, what would be the worth of all these
Yeah.
these
Good
works?
question.
Yeah.
Millions and millions of dollars. We have books that are, signed by authors from a long time ago. There's a ring in the library that is like jeweled and amazing. We don't have the ability right now to properly showcase it publicly. It'd be nice to have it under like a museum quality box for the public to see, but we can't. We don't have that ability at the state library right now. So good question. There's a lot of very valuable treasures that are sort of hidden and tucked away, and our mission is to provide access to these. So I don't feel we're fulfilling our mission by tucking away a lot of the stuff that we should showcase in a safe way at the state library.
I'm probably one of the few representatives that have spent a lot of time over in the library, doing research. It worked out well because between committee meetings, if I had a couple hours to kill, I could go over there. It's a beautiful building. There's unbelievable resources in there. I'm sure of it. I just share Representative McGuire's concern about getting my hands on $1 million and saying, where's it going, or what are we getting for it? And to me, it's a big number. I know today it seems to be $1 million here and $1 million there, but
I know
it's a big number.
There's,
Representative McGuire.
thank you. There's a different $1 million that I want to remove from this area. So maybe we should consider that one first and then come back to this one. It's public television.
Oh. We'll hold off on that.
Right.
Public television.
Well, I would just say if there's that concern, there's a difference between $0 and $1 million. I mean, maybe we could come up with some amount, because I think, excuse me, we're hiding our light under a bushel basket here, and it's almost like our state museum in a way. I just think that we haven't put enough money into the wonderful value that we have there. I'd like to stick with the $1 million, but I don't think we should zero this out if there's concern about it.
Well, we just We just removed 500,000 from the McAuliffe line. We could compromise to $500,000. Would that be okay with everybody?
Or 750?
Representative Griffin, for those of you who don't know, he's quite a historian. He's got like millions of license plate, well, hundreds of thousands probably, right?
We could have a license plate room in the.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I kind of thought.
Somewhere in the belly of that building, there's all the original listings of who owned what car
Yeah.
and the registration numbers. It was originally state law that had to be all published. And I'm pretty sure that they all sit down the belly of the building somewhere.
So that's-
Unfortunately, the federal government passed a law in like the 70s that restricted access to some of that information. So I have my own private library of it.
You do bring up a good point though, because there is a basement and a sub basement at the state library, and the state library is located on Spring Street, and it's named Spring Street because there is a spring, and we have that as a challenge as well at that building. So to have a thorough culling of the of the books and the valuables, there's books there that are 1957 Birds of Africa, and then next to it is the town records of Peterborough. So we could use the professional assessment so that we can take what we want to preserve for future generations and keep it accessible and get rid of some of the stuff that we are not, the RSA doesn't mandate the state library to maintain. And then we have some of a blank canvas in some of the space in that library. And that's where I get excited. It's not just $1 million for a box to put the books in. It's $1 million that will allow us to connect with the public. And that's what's missing in that building.
Representative Grassi, please.
Yeah, I've been through this before. In the city of Rochester, we had numerous documents, city documents that were stored in a sub-basement area. And when we went down there thinking that everything was fine, it was in very difficult shape. And one of the things, in order to be able to save those documents, the cost was far more expensive in the long run to save them than it was if we had preserved them in the short term. And that's why I think this, this $1 million or, something that's closer to the $1 million is probably something we should look at. Because if we don't, in 3 to 5 years, they're going to be back here. And it's not going to be that it's going to be $1 million. It's going to be, we need $10 million or these documents are just going to disappear.
Well, that's sort of what my experience was at the state
Yeah.
archives.
So we seem to have gotten to a point that there's some support for something. Now, where did the $1 million piece come from? Did you get an estimate, or is that something that you folks just put together yourselves?
So when we had the chance to talk to the governor's office about this originally, we shared, and I don't have it in front of me, and I apologize. We shared examples of other local libraries throughout New Hampshire who have gone through a similar process. I believe Goffstown, Peterborough just did an addition, but that's not exactly what we're talking about. Michael York went through and he estimated somewhere between $8 and $15 million if we were going to do it all at once, based on the recommendations that we're already paying for a professional assessment, to take those recommendations and achieve everything all at once. I like the $1 million because it's significant enough that we have forward momentum on this, and we can take the recommendations that we're going to get from the consultants and have a real serious conversation with, go out to bid, request for qualifications type of company to help us establish the next step. So it's lower than what we believe the overall project would be, but it gets us, I think, to continue the movement towards the end goal.
So somebody like to move an amount, please?
I'd like to move $750,000 plus a tour.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the $750,000 in a tour on probably April Fool's Day, right? Mr.
Okay.
McGuire, so.
I'll have to wear a different hat.
So a show of hands if you're in favor of the 750. All right, it's unanimous. Okay, is there anything else, Melissa, Mr. Hoffman, for them in House Bill 2?
Yes, I think on page 85, sections 266, there's a state historic site funds appropriation.
So this is an item that we brought to your attention when I was here on the 10th. Since its conception, the Bureau of Historic Sites has been generally funded. That was a strategic decision to make sure our historic sites, the maintenance and the accessibility didn't fall below other park priorities. And then when we had to cut our budget, one biennium ago, we did not want to cut the funding for the Bureau. So the Parks Fund allocated money to maintain the Bureau. It's staffed. We're working on some really exciting projects from the ARPA fund to make improvements, and it would be great that to go back to its original funding intent.
Discussion, division members? Representative McGuire.
Yeah, so more specifically, how are you spending this money?
So if I could clarify, the Bureau of Historic Sites, as the commissioner mentioned, has always been general funded for the reasons she stated. During the pandemic crisis, there was, of course, a lot of concern over how that might impact things. So we were prescribed at that time to cut our general fund budget by 15%. In doing so, we had to take some pretty drastic measures. One of those measures was pivoting to continue to fund the Bureau of Historic Sites using park funds in order to sustain it, to keep it moving. But certainly is not an ideal situation. So it's been maintained this way through the biennium. We'd like to get it back to the general fund sourcing that it had originally in order to continue to protect the priorities that are set for the Bureau of Historic Sites. So the figure that is in HB2 is an estimate of what it would cost to continue to maintain the Bureau of Historic Sites moving forward.
But are these positions and so on in House Bill 1?
Yes, so all of everything that would be covered is identified in House Bill 1. The only difference is in House Bill 1, it's funded with park funds. However, we were seeking to have that.
Oh, let's see it in House Bill 1. What
Okay.
page?
Yes. That would be on page 604. And you'll notice the grand total and currently is an other funds budget. So the idea is to pivot that back to being funded with general funds.
I see. No, this is, let's just see. Benefits. Why does the benefits line jump so much? Is certain positions becoming permanent?
No, typically what happens, or in this case, what happened was there was a change of personnel. The prior individual who was in that position did not have benefit costs, whereas the new individual that came in incurred a different amount of cost based on the plan that is for their position. So it has, as you know, the costs are pretty significant between plan differences. So that's primarily what's driving that substantial increase.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's more than the salary.
Well, there's also the benefit line also supports the benefit costs for the temp labor, which is the class 50 line.
Gotcha.
So that's built in there as well. Additionally, there is also the addition of a class 59, a full-time temp.
Mm-hmm.
So that is also a factor in contributing to that increase in the benefit line as well.
All right. Thank you. So I think those are,
Further questions on section 266? We okay with that? Representative Griffith, sure.
well, we're letting them spend parks money on parks and not on this. Right, so the parks will get to spend a little more than they would have otherwise. It's cost $1 million or 900,000.
900.
But they're saying that it had been, sorry, they were saying that it had been 900,000 up until last biennium when it was funded with parks money, and now it's back to where it always has been. So, you know,
And I would say, considering the unbelievable amount of use our parks have gotten during COVID, I think they really need the money too. So I would support this.
Sure, if I may. So the primary reason why there's an increase in that number is related to the conversion of full-time temp positions. That is what they call 9Ts. So typically they're budgeted each biennium. They're full-time, but they're only budgeted on a biennial basis. Within our park system, we have a substantial number of those positions. We've carried them that way for many years, many bienniums. It was decided in this biennium to strategically to go ahead and convert some that we have kept for quite a long time in that capacity. It has been determined, obviously, these positions are needed. They are filled every biennium, going back potentially some of them up to 20 years. So we thought it would be appropriate to go ahead and convert them to permanent classified positions. So it would essentially just be a wash, removing them from the full-time temp and instead making them permanent classified positions. Of course, the permanent classified position count appears on the budget. The full-time temp count does not. So you don't see that net effect. Yeah, well, with one exception. We did put a request in for 3 new positions and at the same time abolished positions as well to keep the count correct, essentially deciding there are certain needs that our department has, certain classifications that are necessary where others are not. So we were able to change that, to net that out. However, we did request a full-time park ranger. I'm sorry. Forest ranger, my apologies. And also, we were approved for a position in our prioritized needs for the arts division. So there are actually technically an increase of 2 positions for the full count.
Okay, any questions further on the budget? Representative McGuire.
yeah, so I asked the LBA to make an amendment to House Bill 1, which I guess Mike is reaching for, which is on page 667.
Thank you. Representative McGuire like to speak to his amendment?
Yes, so this is $500,000 a year for New Hampshire Public Television, and as I understand it, that was removed from the budget 12 years ago, and now it's coming back. But in my mind, you know, the public doesn't need, we don't need to take funds from the public to create television. I mean, if there's anything we have plenty of, it's videos and television. So I just think this is an inappropriate expenditure.
Okay, we'll take this under advisement only because it's after 12 and we are lacking a number of our members. Representative Sweeney and Hewitt are not here, so before we took a vote on it, I'd like to, because it's a significant change, I guess, if you will, or ask, rather. So we can take this up perhaps on Monday? Sure. But thanks for providing us in advance. All right, are there any other questions for the commissioner or any of her staff that are with us? Are we okay with the budget as presented with the, obviously recognizing we do have an amendment which could adjust your budget to 500,000 a year for the public television? Seeing no, I guess we're okay with the budget? Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Hoffman, is there something else?
Would that include the 150,000 for utilities and the DOIT position?
Thanks for reminding us of that. Yes, it would. I think we kind of, but thanks for reminding us.
So may I just ask for process purposes, so you'll say you'll take up the amendment on Monday? Would you like somebody from our agency there to answer questions?
Yeah, we have general discussion of the budget starting Monday again, trying to get to the
Yeah.
final stage.
Okay,
And what I'll do is I'll just schedule it for 9:30. So
Okay.
you have a specific time.
wonderful.
Just before the vote on the retirement. Well, we have two retirement bills.
At 9:30. I just scheduled
They're-
them for 9:30 on Monday morning.
All right. Are they both scheduled for 9:30? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay. Those may take some significant time, so we'll get you in at 9:30 along with those.
Perfect.
So we'll take care of that first, and then we'll move to our other business.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're adjourned until 1 o'clock. We have OPLC review at 1. We have the chair of the ED&A committee, Representative Carol McGuire, and several other reps, I guess, that are coming to speak to us about that issue. Thanks. See you at 1. So because we have so many folks here, we're gonna move over to 202, 204. Yeah, there was a caucus So we'll open the discussion on OPLC. Several weeks ago, I asked the ED&A committee that's chaired by Representative Carol McGuire if she could take a look at these sections that were proposed to change or run their own schedule out or whatever the case may be. I think they're like 257 sections or 54 sections. But anyway, Representative McGuire, you're welcome to tell us what you found or what you're suggesting.
All right, thank you. This is 5 amendments for your consideration. The first one, I and the entire committee hopes that you will adopt because it's essentially it's the House position. It starts by deleting sections 285 and 286, which are pages 90 to 102, and that's the whole statutory recodification of the OPLC organization. The reason to delete it is that we included that in House Bill 655, which we all passed yesterday on consent, and it has somewhat expanded language in some areas where the ED&A committee thought it needed it, disciplinary investigations and so forth. So it is in hopes of that you and I would not have to try and keep these 2 sections in sync, that we want you to take it out of House Bill 2.
You can continue.
Okay, fine.
Thanks.
On page 110, section 310 replaced Secretary of State with the Executive Director incorrectly. We want to replace the Secretary of State with the Executive Director, and in section 311, we do not want to replace the Secretary of State with the Executive Director. It looks like that fell through the cracks. This is relative to the transfer of the Auctioneers Board, and section 310 is the responsibilities of the Secretary of State toward the board, which are now being transferred to OPLC. And section 311 is the business title restrictions, and that is still the Secretary of State's responsibility. I believe he pointed that out to your committee already. What else? On section 315, I forget which board that is. It's a minor edit. The section lists the members of the board, but doesn't change the original number of members from 7 to 5, even though the 5 members are specifically listed further on in the paragraph. That's an easy one. On sections 421 and 427, which is the massage therapy section, the board is combined with the boards of Asian Bodywork, Reiki, and I forget what else, which is fine, but it also incorporates a establishment license that the House killed when we killed House Bill 341. So the edits on those sections merely remove the reference to establishments. So that's the House position. On section 484, it calls for 2 hospital pharmacists on the pharmacy board. Upon consideration, that's a typo. It should have been just at least 1. The other 2 points are that, first of all, if we're going to repeal any licenses, ED&A strongly believes the fees should be refunded. And the OPLC agrees, and they asked that it be simply refunded and not prorated because it's simpler for them to just send out the checks that way. We didn't have any problem with that. And then we want to change the effective date from July 1st to September because with the restructuring these boards, you're going to have the governor and council approving a whole lot of new appointees. And we think a little more time is appropriate. And that's that amendment of 2023-1007. Any questions?
Representative Ebel.
So just so I'm clear, this is a committee amendment?
It's got
Primarily?
my name on it. All of the points that I mentioned were specifically discussed with the committee, and it is the committee consensus that they need to be included in House Bill, need to be made in House Bill 2. Okay.
Are there any other questions on at least Amendment 1? From the division? Any? There is a hand up. I'll recognize the gentleman, gentlewoman, I can't tell in the back. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. So seeing no questions on that, the division won't make a decision on any of this until Monday. Give it opportunity to the members to take a look at it over the weekend.
All right, that's fine. The Second Amendment deletes sections 443, 444, and 445, which are the consolidation of the Board of Psychologists and the Board of Licensed Alcohol and Other Drug Counselors into the Board of Mental Health Practice. That is a section that we took out of House Bill 655 because we had some concerns about it. Those concerns remain. We don't think the consolidation has been fully vetted, and we'd like to pull it out of House Bill 2 and let eDNA work on it. There's no money involved, so it shouldn't make too much trouble.
Yes, Representative Cambrels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative McGuire, taking the question. I see that it says delete sections 443 to 445.
Yes, 443 is deletes the Board of Licensed Alcohol and Drug Counselors. 444 deletes the Board of Psychology, and 445 rewrites the Board of Mental Health Practice to include these other professions.
Okay, but it says pages 160 through 181.
It's a fat section, yes.
But I'm 443, 444, and 445 are all on page 160.
They start. Section 445 finishes on page 181.
Got you. Thank you very much.
And I will say that we have a regulatory bill that we have retained with the expectation that we would include any changes after our vetting on that bill.
The division on this? Seeing none, I guess you could move along to amendment number 3.
Well, 3 and 4 ought to be considered together. The licensed nursing assistant, LNA, is proposed in House Bill 2 to not require a license, just the federal certification. This caused a lot of consternation in eDNA and various people that talk to us because the scope of practice for a licensed nursing assistant is significantly broader than the scope of practice for the federally certified nursing assistant. There's also questions of supervision. A LNA is responsible for their own continuing education and making sure they get it, whereas a nursing assistant has no requirements, and any continuing education is the responsibility of the employer. Also, the nursing assistant is working under the supervision and under the license of a registered nurse or a licensed practical nurse or whatever level of licensed healthcare worker. And those professions have said that they don't want to have that responsibility. So again, this may be the right thing to do, but EDNA was overwhelmingly convinced that it hadn't been thought through. So we'd like to pull that. Amendment 4 just takes all the changes of the nursing board out of House Bill 2. Amendment 3 changes some of the board sections to decrease the number of board members as the governor wished, and revise the sections to keep the language of a nursing assistant in statute. That was my first approach on how to deal with this, but when I went back, I thought that it might make more sense just to delete those few sections. The Board of Nursing is one of our largest boards. There's something like 30,000 nurses. So we're more, it makes more sense to have a larger board than almost any other profession. So those are for your consideration. You can do it either way you think. We just don't think we ought to just repeal the license at this point in time.
Representative Deanne McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative McGuire. So are you saying that Amendment 3 is additions in some sense? Because you said Amendment 4, you took away all changes to nursing.
Yes.
But 3
has specific
we're adding
language.
back certain changes to nursing? Is that the idea?
Section 3 makes changes to the part of House Bill 2 that deals with the Board of Nursing and the licensees of the Board of Nursing. The two are, you can either pick one or the other. There are two different approaches to how to handle it. I'm willing to let you guys figure it out.
So you're saying we can't pass 3 and 4? It's just 3 or just 4? Is that it?
Correct. They are alternatives, not complements.
Thank you very much.
Representative Ebel.
Yeah, I think you just clarified this, but one suggests changes if we decide to leave 466 and 67 in, but the other option is just to get rid of 46 through 42 and let you guys work on it some more.
Yes.
Representative Deanne McGuire.
Does Amendment 3 de-license LNAs?
Let me confirm exactly what it says. Yes. It talks about, instead of creating a new title, nursing aide, it talks about a nursing assistant. It doesn't specify the license, but it leaves the definition of a nursing assistant in statute.
Further question, Representative Deanne McGuire?
Yeah. Thinking on it, I would recommend you take the second choice because that's a little cleaner, but
I would be so inclined.
well, yeah, the first was how I first looked at it, and then after discussing it with some other people and thinking about it, I think it'd be simpler just to not change the Board of Nursing section.
Is there any more discussion on Amendment 3 or Amendment 4 from the division? I don't see any.
Okay.
So a question for the chair of EDNA. The suggestion of Amendment 3 and 04, was that from the committee? Was there
No,
disagreement on the committee about what to do?
recommendation from the committee was that we needed to look at the the LNA license. We didn't think just deleting it was the right way to go at this point in time. And I was actually reading a few of the many emails I got on the subject, talking to the nursing home administrator from Merrimack County and talking to your staff. I decided it would be simpler just to do Amendment 4. But I wanted to offer you the choice.
Oh, thanks. Representative Ebo.
So as we decide whether we're going to delete these sections from HB2, what would be next in the process? You would just take on the review of these things and then ultimately introduce another bill, or just
As I said,
in
we-
your mind, how would you
We
proceed?
have a retained bill on regulation, professional regulation, that we can use to amend it to include the Board of Mental Health recodification, because we were expecting to use it for any changes to the Board of Mental Health, because there were several issues that we hadn't resolved that we took out of 655. And so that's the plan. We could also deal with the nurses in the same bill or submit another bill for next year, whatever makes sense.
Now, you say whatever makes sense. What would you suggest?
The Board of Mental Health we have to talk about, because there are a number of issues that that need to be considered before we make make those changes. The LNAs, I'm leaning toward just saying don't leave them alone, don't bother them, but that's my personal preference.
All right, Representative Dan McGuire.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so amendment number 2 throws the Board of Mental Health back at the ED&A committee for their decision, right?
Right.
And amendment number 4 essentially does the same thing for the nursing
Right.
area, right?
Right.
So,
And amendment number 1 deals with things that ED&A has already finished with.
all right.
All right.
Should we go to number 5?
Yes, moving on to Representative Weiler.
Are there any licenses that you support eliminating?
I'm getting on to amendment number 5.
Oh, okay.
These amendments are essentially the consensus of the ED&A committee. We looked at this section of House Bill 2 and did triage, and we took what we considered were the important issues that we wanted you to either do or not do, as the case may be. There were, moving on to amendment number 5, there were the foresters, landscape architects, and natural scientists. And we were convinced those licenses should not be repealed at this time because primarily there are so many places in our laws, our rules, and town laws and rules that require a natural scientist to stamp this or seal this or sign for it. And we didn't believe that, we felt that if you're going to delete the license, you have to address those issues. There are some national certifications, but they're not as standard as some people would like to believe. And I don't believe the foresters really have national certification. So we think that the license is necessary until a little more groundwork's been done on all the places that call for these licenses.
Thank you. I agree. There are a lot of these things in town ordinances and so on that
Yeah.
refer to these jobs. And
Yeah,
there's
the
no
wetland scientists
proposal
in
to change them.
particular are all over everything, land use boards, sewers, septic systems. So and, I didn't want to go through and try and find all those references. So Amendment 5 repeals the sections repealing foresters, landscape architects, and natural scientists, and adds in a simplified board combining for all three professions. It probably won't make them happy, but it does cover the details. The requirements for the license are the same as in current statute, and the exemptions are combined and clearer so that it's obvious that any of these licenses are not needed just to work in the profession. You need it to be the lead of an organization, the same way that the professional engineer's license is needed by the lead of the organization and not necessarily every engineer who works under that person. I mean, I was an engineer and I knew some people that went to get a professional engineer's license, but that is primarily for people who want to be in business for themselves. It's not for the thousands of engineers working for the GE in the aircraft business. So, and the examinations make it clear that the employees don't need to be licensed, government officials don't need to be licensed, people don't need to be, there's no double licensing required. If you're a forester, you can deal, or a soil scientist, you can deal with things that are normally considered landscape architecture or professional engineering. As long as it's in your scope of practice, you don't need a double license. And then there's some specific exemptions. But for the most part, it's, as I said, for the lead person in an organization or somebody working for themselves. And that was the intent.
I just was told somebody in the audience had their hand raised. Yes, the good representative from Manchester. Would you like to come and take the mic so everyone can hear you?
Well, I have only one other thing to say. These recommendations were essentially the consensus of ED&A that they had to be addressed. Various other members have various other issues, and there's, I think, 4 of them behind me, bringing them to your attention. But these are, as I said, the consensus of the committee, and we hope you will support them.
So I did have a question, because we heard from a court reporter, or maybe several of them, and going through some of these changes, I noticed like real estate appraisers that would be repealed. And
no, the real estate appraisers got moved.
Okay, it says
They are
relative to the repeal.
They're moving from the DRA to OPLC. It was started last year when we created a specific board for assessor certification, and this completes the reorganization. The licenses and training and so forth are still required. Yeah, there are 4 boards that are relocated. The assessors, the auctioneers, interpreters for the deaf, that comes from education, and the auctioneers board is from the Secretary of State. But that language, other than that one little slip up I saw, looked reasonable, and it didn't need any addition.
Now, was there any discussion with the Commissioner Stepp, as far as moving the appraisers? I didn't look up these different statutes, but I know, did anyone have any discussion
We
with
talked
them?
with DRA last year when we were dealing with the appraisers board. I know the Secretary of State would be delighted to get rid of some of these boards. Oh, with boxing and wrestling, they're not really a part of his organization, so he thinks it should be there. We didn't talk to education about the interpreters for the deaf, but the OPLC has no problem with it.
No, I'm just curious about DRA. If someone spoke to the commissioner about moving.
We had input from DRA that they had members of their organization that are assessors, and they worked with the Assessing Standards Board. The licensing of the actual assessors was not something they really cared a whole lot about. At least that was the impression I got.
So when your committee reviewed all these, I assume you went down through each section and the committee
no.
said this is a good thing or a bad thing, or how did you
No,
go
we
about that?
started with those of us who had pored over House Bill 2 in our free time and looked and brought up the issues we thought were important. The court reporters were mentioned, and one member is concerned about deleting the license, but the rest of the committee was not convinced to go along. One member was concerned about consolidating the podiatrists into the Board of Medicine, but the rest of the committee didn't think that was a big deal. So a couple of us went through this list and looked for problems, and these are the ones that the committee agreed needed to be dealt with. I wouldn't venture to say that there are no problems with any of the other parts, but they're certainly haven't risen to the level of these.
Okay, are there any further questions for the chair of the EDNA committee, Representative Ebo?
So that was exactly the question I was going to ask you. That doesn't necessarily mean that eDNA has blessed all the other parts that you have not commented on, but these were the things that you were particularly concerned about as a committee.
Exactly.
Okay. And then I just have one
Sure.
on the foresters, landscape architects. So are you saying each of them now have their own board and the recommendation of eDNA is to combine them under one?
The amendment combines them into one board. There aren't a lot of soil scientists. I think there's 30. There's a couple of hundred wetland scientists. There's not a lot of people and there's 150 or so landscape architects. They're not very large. And so combining them, since they worked together, made some sense. And in view of the fact that the governor had recommended deleting the license and the board, we thought that combining the boards made sense. You could also interpret it to say we should just delete the 3 sections that repeal all those boards and leave them as is. That's your choice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, did you have any discussion about the number of public appointees that were eliminated? There were a number of boards and public members, a
Yes,
number of them
yes.
were reduced.
That is because those were regulatory boards converted to advisory boards. And that was particular for the smaller professions or the ones that have had the most difficulty filling their board or maintaining a quorum, so that the administration and the rulemaking is directed to the Office of Professional Licensure, and the advisory board provides the technical backup to make sure that the concerns of the profession are addressed properly. And a public member is much less vital on that case.
Thank you, Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you. So, number one, please stick around because I'm sure other questions will come up or things. But just in general, I think, would you agree that what we've discovered is for some of these very small boards, like for example the midwives or something, there's 2 or 3 dozen of them in the whole state, and therefore everybody knows everybody, and it's harder for them to discipline each other, etc. And that's part of the reason that they're doing moving some to OPLC and making them advisory.
That's part of it. Last year, in Senate Bill 330, we dealt with converting a significant number of boards from regulatory to advisory, partly for that. And the midwives were considered, but did not actually become advisory. But like you say, there's a problem with midwives, so they get a great many complaints, and there are so few of them in the state that it's very difficult to get a unbiased judge, as it were, when there is a complaint.
Yeah, and a related thing is that we discovered that quite a few boards, almost everyone licensed is actually doesn't live in New Hampshire. So for example, the landscape architects, they have say 200 licensees, but 42 live in New Hampshire and the other 150 are from elsewhere. And so therefore creating a board of New Hampshire based is a little tougher, right? So
It depends. I believe the foresters, landscape architects, and natural scientists were considered for, the license were considered for removal in part because there were so few complaints. The board didn't need to spend a lot of time and effort disciplining them because there were very few issues with discipline.
So you raised the issue of discipline. Now, a number of these boards had an advisory role as far as disciplinary action, and I see that there's sections where the executive director has that complete authority for discipline. Do you think that could be problematic if we didn't have a good director like we guess we have now, or?
I don't believe the director is going to be sitting as the judge on these cases. The structure is that there will be a hearings officer, there will be a investigator who is knowledgeable about the profession that's being investigated, and that there will be hearings officers that can judge the cases on their merit.
There are sections that may not hold quite true.
Well, which ones are you?
I'm looking at on page 108 where it says it's crossed out board and it says the executive director may take disciplinary action in any one or more of the following ways: public or private reprimand, by suspension, license revocation.
Yes, that's the under the profession, the issues about how that is done are covered under House Bill 655, the section we're taking out of House Bill 2. There are how the investigation is to be done and how the hearings are to be held.
Representative McGuire.
thank you. So I would just comment, I mean, often in law, it's the commissioner does something, but really it's somebody who works for the commissioner who ends up doing that thing. And I think this is similar, right? This would be the hearing officer who's actually making the decision and disciplining the
Yeah.
case. Right?
If you look on line 25, it says disciplinary action under this paragraph may be ordered by the board after a hearing.
Well, the board's been removed. It says executive director. That's what my concern is. That I think it's putting a lot of authority in one individual, whether he or she, but.
Yes.
So that particular line looks like a technical, needs a technical.
Yeah, it looks like line 24.
It
That
goes
does look
on to
like a
say
typo.
Executive director. So again, that kind of language concerns me because you're putting an awful lot of authority. And if someone wanted to appeal the decision, I don't know if that's quite clear. Maybe this
The-
individual can set fines of up to $2,000. So those are the things that, just skimming through this earlier, caught my attention. I made little notes, but
I believe
again,
that those
and maybe it is a
disciplinary
technical-
actions are typical of licensing boards. Which one is this? Acupuncture. Yeah, okay.
Well, again, it's a board, but not one individual. Because a board of what, if 5 or 2 or 3 versus one individual. Just a concern I had, Madam Chair.
If it's a criminal case, you're going to have one judge, unless you happen to have a jury. In many cases, the board is more of the jury than the judge.
All right, well, I guess we can
I'm
talk
sure there are
about that
people who know
further,
more about
but-
that than I do. I'm afraid I'm not at all familiar with courts cases.
Well, I've sat on review boards before and just, it's usually like a board of several individuals, a little fairer process than just one individual that's not a judge, that's appointed by the governor and executive council. But are there further
I
questions?
appreciate your concern.
Oh, thanks. Representative Grassi, any comments yet? Representative Cambrels? Representative Evil?
Yes, I had two. We've gotten conflicting testimony on the acupuncture issue, and I didn't know if you guys had talked about that.
We heard testimony from two different groups, one of whom loves the changes and one of whom hates them. And our usual practice in that case is to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say we're not gonna make a decision until you guys can figure out I mean, it's a professional dispute, and some of it is a complaint about the personalities, and those are always very difficult to unravel.
I just have one more. I know a couple of people have been interested in the hawker and peddler license. Did you have a feeling on that?
Yes, we passed that last year in the House, the repeal of that license. It's the Secretary of State at that time assured us that, first of all, they have never rejected anyone's license because of a criminal background check. They do the check and then they give them the license, and they have never rejected anyone for any reason related to the background check. And no one in decades, at least, has ever claimed the bond that is required to be posted. So the EDNA was convinced that this license really didn't do a whole lot except hassle the people who wanted to do to be hawkers or peddlers. There are municipal licenses that are, in many cases, much more rigorous, as the municipality wishes.
So I guess we're all set.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good job. The representative from Manchester, did I see your hand up a little while ago? You just state your name for the record, please.
My name is Jane Bollier, representative from Manchester District 19. I serve on Commerce this year, next year. I do have, and I'm not quite sure if I should be addressing this committee or another committee, but so 655 is a bill that was introduced as a section of HB2 to be pulled out, to be discussed. And my question is I'm a 50-year cosmetologist, and it looks like the license for cosmetologists is going to be repealed.
I think, well, if I could, 655 was a standalone bill, and I guess some of the sections have wandered into House Bill 2. But again,
Okay.
there's an awful lot of moving parts.
Yes, 655 came out of a committee on professional regulation, a study committee this summer. Then when we found that went to EDNA, we worked on it, and as I said, we beefed up some sections that needed some work, and then then we noticed it in House Bill 2 and said, let's not try and keep two of them together. None of them affect the cosmetologist license, except in House Bill 2, it deletes the booth license. None of the others. All of the requirements for a cosmetologist, an esthetician, a barber, a manicurist are the same. It's only the additional booth license in addition to the shop license.
Could you tell us, you said a booth license?
I know all about
Well, I'm just curious.
Yes.
No, I guess never
many,
been to
in many beauty parlors for sure. I don't know about barbers, but probably. The owner of the facility has a license as a shop and as an individual licensed
Correct.
person. And the people who are actually working at the chairs doing the work may be employees and or they may be independent contractors. In either case, the owner of the shop is responsible for the overall operation of the shop. And the individuals doing the work are required to be licensed for the work they're doing. And that, none of that changes. They just took the booth license out.
Because it's confusing, because if you look online, it does, there's 34 licenses that they're looking to repeal. Is that not correct right now?
And the booth license is the only one that falls under the Board of Cosmetology.
And natural scientist, soil scientist, wetland scientist, are you grouping those together?
Yeah. The soil scientists and wetland scientists are currently grouped together as natural scientists.
So you're not eliminating any of these licenses?
We're recommending to finance that they repeal, that they pull out that license deletion.
Okay. So how many of the 34 that are listed are going to be repealed? Because if you look online, it still looks like all of these are going to be repealed.
You won't see any changes to House Bill 2 until after it's been changed by finance and by the House. So they're going to be there.
I'm sorry. Because there's so many changes here and we've been inundated with folks with concerns that would like a lot of things to stay, and there's been some support for some of the things that have been suggested within House Bill 2, but we as Finance,
Right.
Division 1,
Right.
we have to make a recommendation whether we accept what Chairman McGuire has advocated for, or do we throw the whole thing out, or do we make some changes ourselves? But traditionally, when something comes to us, it has policy, major policy
Yep.
change like this, we send it to the policy committee for their review and comment. So once we absorb all of this information we're getting today, and we will make a recommendation to the full finance committee in a week or so. So it will be ultimately our decision, but we're looking for recommendations from eDNA.
Right, because, I mean, the reason why I'm here is it's going to affect thousands of people and businesses. And I don't think there's been enough opportunity for the general public or residents in the state to really understand what this is all about. I mean, how is this going to affect them, their business, their child, the college? You know, I don't know.
No, you raised some very valid points, and that was our concern when we first got it, because it contains, like I mentioned earlier, hundreds of changes, which weren't, just speaking for myself, weren't properly aired in the traditional way before a policy committee.
Right.
And oftentimes you'll see this in a governor's budget where there'll be some policy suggested changes, but there's never been anything to this magnitude
Because
in my
right,
terms here.
Yeah, and I've never seen it either. So
So I think Representative McGuire may have a question for you.
Well, I to answer your question,
Yes.
which I don't think I heard yet, from the original list of 34, I think it was.
Yes.
Like 6 or 7. If we pass Representative Carol McGuire's suggestions, 6 or 7 would not be eliminated.
Correct.
So that leaves like 28 or
Right.
something like that are.
Right.
Of those 28, I think 12 of them are temporary licenses, and most of the others are things like the hawkers and peddlers.
Which are
the-
gone already. She said she repealed. That was repealed, the hawkers and peddlers, she said.
No, but the Senate didn't go for it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so it's back here in House Bill 2. Okay. The athlete agents, of which there are 3 or 4 or 5 or something like that, and a handful, and a, you know,
Right,
some
I'm
set of
talking
others.
about the cosmetology license, barbering, cosmetology, and
Right.
aesthetics.
So there's not, again, it's only the booth license, not the cosmetology, not the barber, not the, all that's here is the booth license. So the separate license for the chair
Yes,
that somebody.
I understand, yeah.
Yeah, so that's it. That's the only one that's ever been in here.
So the cosmetology license, so the schools, the cosmetology schools are still
All
gonna
that stuff
be-
is the same. No change. Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jackie, yeah.
Representative Grota,
Thank you.
I believe Representative Grota is on eDNA, so
I do.
My name is Jackie Grota. I am a member of eDNA, and I've been a member of the eDNA committee for all 3 terms that I've been in the House. I also sit on GELCAR. I want to assure Representative Bilger that cosmetology licenses, barbering cosmetology, and estheticians have not deleted, repealed. It's only the chair of someone in a who is in a salon. But I really would like to, I would like to approach the committee and talk with you about a few things, if it's okay with you.
Yep.
Okay, I hadn't, okay. So I'm in looking at Representative McGuire's amendments. I think it's important that I confirm with you my understanding of the discussions that we had, because I chaired the subcommittee on House Bill 655. We had 2 subcommittee meetings. I also participated last Friday in the work session that the committee had on House Bill 655. 655 is a massive bill. And even for those on eDNA, it is a large undertaking, knowing that we do this all the time. So I want to agree with the amendments that Representative McGuire suggests in Amendment 1. I'm concerned about, and also the amendment in number 2, the Board of Mental Health. And I want to caution you on the merging of boards, because the Board of Psychology was separated from the Mental Health Board some time ago, and now we're merging it back. And this is where the question is, and why we want to pull it out, because there was a considerable amount of time spent when these boards were separate. And so I agree with her that we want to pull out that section. We recommend that you pull out that section of House Bill 2. Now, there was a very clear message because we voted, and part of our vote was to remove the LNA repeal from House Bill 2. There's no question about that vote. We don't believe that licenses should be repealed. We also agreed that we thought foresters, landscape architects, soil scientists, wetland scientists those repeals should be removed. We did not agree on the merging of them in a board. We only discussed, Representative McGuire said she was working on something. Mind you, we've never seen this until today. But we did not agree to merge it in any specific board. We talked about putting it together in a technical board, but that was something up for discussion. We kept House Bill 518 as a retained bill so that any non-germane amendment that we made in relationship to House Bill 655 could be attached to that bill. I do want to also make some statements about the repealing of additional. Now, mind you, this takes some time to research because there are so many regulations that involve OPLC. But I want to pick out 2 right now. Last year, because of the activity on some of the boards, we agreed to change the Board of Medical Imaging and Radiation Therapy to an advisory board. That was done through House Bill 1018. Today, the rules for this advisory board were on GELCAR's agenda under the consent calendar. The governor signed that bill on July of 2022. And here we are today repealing the licenses for that profession. Last, we also did the same thing with the Board of Court Reporters. We also changed them to an advisory board underneath House Bill 1182 that was signed in May of 2022. The rules were approved today in GELCAR on a consent calendar, and again, a year later, less than a year later, here we are repealing the licensing for this profession. So in testimony, one of the in both the testimony on House Bill 655 and House Bill 2, the comments from the professionals who were being converted to the advisory boards saying that this was just a transition to eventually repealing of their licenses. Now, that may be or that may not be, but I can assure you that the House does not want to lose the trust of the people who send us here with our responsibilities. We've seen this with the retirement system, and I really would caution you not to do it with the licensing system. Merging of the boards. Merging the Board of Medicine with the Medical Review Subcommittee and the Board of Podiatry. The Board of Medicine and the Medical Review Board are separated for specific reasons. The Medical Review Board is the investigating arm of medical complaints, while adjudication is done by the Board of Medicine. It's important that these elements remain separate. And in HB2, they're merged. Also, podiatry is very much against this merger. So I don't know why the resistance, but when there's this much resistance to something, it's usually something that's worth a discussion. And I guess what I'm saying to you is that there's so many components of House Bill 2 that are similar to this. Let's just look at the disciplinary action alone. In House Bill 655, the subcommittee hearing, a significant portion of it was about the resistance of eliminating the disciplinary actions of the board. Maybe that there's another way of doing this in a less drastic way so that, and I'm not saying that OPLC is an agency that can't manage this. I have respect for the people of OPLC. However, this is not something that I think should be, these are policy decisions that need to be reviewed. So what I've shared with you in an organized but different manner than House Bill 2 is an overview of perhaps the unintended consequences that could result. And I recommend a targeted and thoughtful approach to this legislation that takes more time than we have if we want to do it correctly. I hope I've been helpful.
Very helpful. Thanks for your comments and recommendations. Representative Ebel, I believe, has a question.
Right. So I think I really appreciate your specific comments, but overall, I just want to reiterate what I believe I'm hearing in your expertise on eDNA and reviewing this. You basically think this is too much, too fast, and you think all of it should have a lot more analysis.
Well, I'm not going to, argue over peddlers and hawkers, right? But there are many components about this that that need that review.
Representative Broder?
I just have one question. At some point, could you give us the bill that the bill number of that the House passed on hawkers and peddlers?
Sure.
Okay.
And I'll be glad to send to you my notes that I used today.
We'd appreciate that. So I raised a question earlier with the chairman about the disciplinary factor. Could you comment on that? Am I way off base that you have one individual overseeing disciplinary action, or?
Well, I don't think it would be one individual. I think it would be, and this is the part where I don't know what the system would be. So this is the kind of discussion that we would have to have.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Does the director want, I see her hand up. Would you like to come forward?
And I'm happy to do an overview of what's in House Bill 2 if you would think that would be helpful. But specific to the disciplinary issues, right now the way it works is that for boards that are independent regulatory bodies, which are the large majority of our boards, the boards that aren't advisory boards, all of them use a hearings officer. And the hearings officer helps facilitate the hearing and assists with ruling on evidentiary motions. But the issue is that it is truly the board that has the authority to rule on evidentiary motions and make rulings of law. Boards, by and large, are not attorneys and they're not necessarily qualified to be making legal decisions on evidentiary matters. And so a lot of those boards, all of the boards, have essentially delegated that to the hearings officer, and the boards make the findings of fact. For example, the facts alleged in a professional misconduct case are that the nurse diverted fentanyl. The board will make the finding that the nurse did divert fentanyl, and the hearings officer will draw the legal conclusion that the diversion of fentanyl is professional misconduct based both on the finding of fact by the Board of Nursing and the expert testimony that was provided in conjunction with the expertise of the board members. With respect to the advisory board, the process works the same way, except technically the authority rises up to the executive director. The hearings officer presides over the hearing. The advisory board provides consultation. The reason why this is helpful in our perspective is particularly when you get to those smaller boards and the boards have full control over disciplinary matters. We have observed issues where people know everybody knows everybody, and they may choose not to discipline somebody because they like the person. And that obviously is not a legitimate legal conclusion. So from our perspective, and this is what 655 recommended, that the person who is qualified, usually a trained attorney, makes rulings of law, and the board, who are experts, makes findings of fact, and the analysis is conducted based on that. So we already have that framework, Representative. But if you don't mind, I'd be happy to go through an overview of House Bill 2.
Well, just backing up to the language I referenced before.
Sure.
It makes it very clear the board has been stricken in a number of spots, and it says the executive director makes those decisions. And you just kept referring to the board, but throughout this document, it says the executive director and board is crossed out.
I think you're probably referring to the boards that are being proposed to be converted to advisory board. And we have 6 or 7 of those, 6 now, and the language is nearly identical, and it's already functioning in that capacity.
So you're obviously aware of the concerns that these changes, since there's some support, we heard from the Secretary of State's office, there are some smaller agencies that he'd be happy to move to your licensure board. But why didn't this go through the normal process of a review by the policy committee?
Well, I
There's
think
some-
it's, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's such a major change. And obviously, again, some things are probably good and some things are not. But I think, and again, just speaking for myself, I think it's a little unfair to put something like this before finance with such little time to really review it thoroughly. Because I can speak for this division. Over the years, we try to be very thorough in whatever decisions we make. We try to be thoughtful and listen to both sides, but this gives us such little time to really review these thoroughly. So can you speak to that, why this wasn't presented maybe to the ED&A committee in a bill last year? Because obviously these things didn't happen overnight. Somebody's been thinking about this.
Well, to be clear, this isn't OPLC's bill, but this is a bill in House Bill 2 that proposes significant structural changes within an agency. And we've seen that time and time and again in House Bill 2. In fact, in 2015, in that budget trailer, that's how OPLC was created. So it is pretty commonplace for the governor to propose major structural changes within an executive branch agency. Last year, I think it was Department of Energy. Obviously, I referenced OPLC, so I think, I can't speak to, the governor's decision in any respect, but that this is how the process works when there are proposals within House Bill 2, it goes to finance. And I think it's pretty consistent with what we've seen in the past regarding structural changes for agencies.
And that is true. We actually saw the split up of DRED several years ago, but it wasn't quite as extensive as this, and it wasn't a huge policy shift that affected perhaps tens of thousands of people at once. That's what I was getting to, because obviously, and again, not to debate you about this, but it appears to me that you must have had some input to the governor's requests, because these are all affecting your agency.
It certainly we're consulted, as I believe most agencies are, when there are anticipated to be major structural changes. But I think we're putting the cart before the horse here, because what I think would make sense, and I don't want to disagree with you, Representative, there are significant structural changes that are proposed, but we haven't had an overall overview of what those changes are. And rather than pick and choose which portions that we'd like to discuss, it may make sense for me to go through House Bill 2 and actually explain what is within the bill. And to the extent that you have questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Yeah, if you have a handout, that would be great.
I certainly do.
Right. Yeah. Give me an example before we While Mr. Hoffman is handing out this handout, Representative Schmidt from Dover, I believe, would like to ask a question or be recognized.
You want to take my seat?
Please stay, because
Oh, okay.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Representative Peter Schmidt, represent Dover Ward 1, and I've been on the ED&A committee now. This is my 17th year, 20th year in the House. I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to work with you, because several members of the committee, yourself included, have asked some very penetrating questions, which I very much agree with and I'd like to address. But I'd like to begin by saying that Director Courtney and I have worked together since she has taken over as the executive director, and I'm very supportive of the efforts that she's engaged in to try to shape OPLC into a much more functional organization, which I think it has not been since its inception. For reasons I won't get into, but the thing is that her skill as a trained lawyer, but also has management background, has been very felicitous in terms of getting at some of these problems, which have a long, it took a long time to put all this stuff together, and unwinding it in a very, very short period of time, too little time in my judgment, is very risky. Many of the steps that Director Courtney has initiated, I think, show promise to bring about a better situation, because even though it hasn't been referenced very much in this hearing, one of the problems with some of the smaller boards especially is the problem of getting a quorum together, and many of these boards do not meet monthly. Some of the smaller ones only meet every couple of months. So a lot of the process things that OPLC can do on a very quick basis, because they're there 5 days a week. They have people who are trained attorneys, trained administrators, and the other things that go into a competent administrative structure. And they should be doing those things. And they are doing those things ever more. And they've been working together with ED&A. And the leadership, both on the Democratic and Republican side in ED&A, has been watching this situation with growing concern, because we have been, and those of you who've been here for a while have seen, and the director will affirm this, that in many cases, the statute needs amending. So there's some things she just can't do on her own. For all the planning that's involved, she can't actually do some of the things without working with us. And we have been amending the statutes for some time now, taking out commissioner or board or whatever and putting an executive director. That is fortuitous in some respects, but it's also risky, right? It's kind of like when you're on that tightrope, when you're pressing down on the rope, you're safe. You wobble and you're down on the ground, maybe a long way down on the ground. So the thing is that we started a couple of years ago with some of the very, very small boards, like midwifery, which was referenced earlier, right? Because they were having a hard time with quorum. And then the whole thing gets squishy. So we had a thing a bill that was going to put the executive director into authority and make the board advisory. But this concept is not well understood, and it's very scary to these boards. They think that they're going to get delicensed and deregulated, and they're going to get done away with. That's not my purpose, I can tell you, and it's not ED&A's purpose, and I deeply believe that it's not Director Courtney's purpose either. It's to try to create a structure that works better than what we have now, at least for the smaller boards for sure. The bigger boards, I think, are in a much better situation generally. So the thing is that with regard to House Bill 2, and some of the questions that you asked earlier, as I said, were very perceptive, and I'd like to try to answer some of them. So the thing is that there's some good ideas in, I've been using the press release that you released back on the 22nd of February, I think, as kind of a working diagram, right? Some of the principles enunciated on page 1, I very much agree with. But when it comes to instituting them in the repeal or merging of boards or repealing of professions and occupations, then it's kind of surgery with a meat axe. Some of these professions and occupations absolutely do not deserve to be repealed. We've already mentioned soil scientists, foresters, and so forth, and I think that they have already been kind of pulled out. But let's take court reporters. People think, well, they're not in the courts anymore. It's a dying profession. It's not a dying profession. It's still a very dynamic profession that's very much used in depositions. And I know some of these court reporters, and they say they're still making a very good living. And they're very important. By virtue of their license, they're able to swear people in. They're able to act as notaries. And they also have the skill, and of course, those of us who serve on JELCAR, and the director's there on a regular basis, we have a court reporter because we need a viable, vital, accurate record. Can't get that with a tape recorder when somebody coughs or slams a door or something like that. And the transcript comes back, when it's a tape recorder, the transcript comes back and it says, da-da-da-da, inaudible, da-da-da-da, inaudible. The court reporter, when that happens, they say, Judge, I didn't get that. Can we have that remark or that statement repeated? So now you get a transcript that's worth something. It's a viable record. So court reporters are still very important, even though there are not very many of them left. But, you know, there's only one Wizard of Oz, too. I mean, it depends on, there was only one Vladimir Horowitz, too, but he played the piano pretty well. So the thing is, this took a long time to put together, and every one of these licensed professions was the result of a conscious individual decision on the part of the legislature, sometimes 100 years ago. And to unwind all of that in the time that you have and we had, in my judgment, is completely premature and unworkable. For all the idea that there's some nuggets of good information, and perhaps some of these boards can be put together in a different way, and the director's working on this, and we're working on it with her in EDNA. So I think your question earlier about why wasn't this started some time ago, I can't answer that question, and I wish it had been, because that's what we stopped one of the omnibus bills a couple of years ago because it was going to give the executive director's position a lot more authority, and we said we don't want that until we can see how that's going to be exercised, because we didn't have a complete handle on how that was going to be done. And it very much depends on having a good executive director, but also a concept that really works. And I think the idea of having the administrative side in its entirety be in the hands of OPLC, but the substance of the professions and the occupations and their governance to be done by the people who are the practitioners of that profession and that occupation. And it takes, just like it takes two legs to walk or run. Maybe you got one real good leg, but if you got one real bad leg, maybe you can hop like heck, but you can't run or walk. And so it takes that teamwork between Director Courtney and her increasingly competent and experienced staff, but it also takes the expertise of the board members and the public members, they shouldn't be dismissed, to handle the real mechanics, the inner workings of the professions, be it medicine, law, or forestry for that matter. So I think we in EDNA, we're deeply committed to doing this in conjunction with the efforts of the executive director here. But I think in its totality, that this concept of putting this in the trailer bill is premature and unworkable. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. If I
Thank
can.
you, Representative. Are there any questions for Representative?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the first time I've sat on this side of the table and you've sat on the other side.
That's true.
Versus vice versa. So let's talk about court reporters in particular.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
So being licensed means that someone is not allowed to do that work.
Correct.
Unless they have the license, right?
Well, they can't legally do it. The advantage
Legally,
if,
fine.
yeah. Well, I won't let you finish your question after I give you a little tip. So there's really no difference in terms of the level of competence between a licensed person and a certified person. In some cases, even a registered person, like a registered nurse. The license says you can legally do it in this state, and you can't do it legally without the license. And the license the advantage of the license is it can be suspended or revoked for misconduct, incompetence, and so forth.
Right. But in particular, court reporters. So the person hiring a court reporter is an attorney, right? A very experienced, or a judge or
I believe
something.
that's the case.
Right. Very, very experienced person. So aren't they competent to judge who they want to hire on their own? Why do they need us as a state to say this person is hireable for that job and this person isn't, as opposed to let them make the decision? Just like I make a decision when I hire somebody to fix my car or do all kinds of other things that are unlicensed.
Well, and that's an interesting philosophical discussion to have. The thing is, if you know who that person is, and you've dealt with him or her before, and you have trust in that person, then you're going to go back to them if they're not overcharging or whatever. But how about if the person has a problem with substance abuse, or is very competent, but they're kind of dishonest in terms of what they're charging you for and so forth? Now that's a situation where you might want to rein that person in. Because they're doing something that's illegal. So that's one of the things about a license, that you can take it away from a person if they're not meeting the totality of their responsibilities, not merely to fix your car engine or fix your ticker, but also to be honest and maybe not engaged in misuse of substances or something like that. So.
All right. Seeing no further questions for the
I
representative
appreciate
from
the
Dover.
opportunity, Mr. Chairman.
Really appreciate your comments.
Good to see you.
Keep up the good work. Good to see you.
Thanks
So
again.
we can move to your handout.
Perfect. And again, for the record, Lindsay Courtney, I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. And I appreciate the opportunity. What I just wanted to do is go through factually what I have observed HB2 proposing to do. We've spent a lot of time going through the language here in the office, looking at legislative history, and I thought it might be useful to the division. So on page 2, here's an overview. It's pretty much what we included in our press release, but House Bill 2 proposes to establish universal licensure recognition. This was also overwhelmingly supported by the House. I think that was House Bill 594. That also proposes to allow the office to issue licenses to individuals from out of states. It proposes to transfer certain boards to the office, merge and reduce certain board sizes, eliminate certain license types, eliminate certain boards, and then add one additional license type. In terms of universal licensure recognition, we've already had an experiment in this state regarding universal licensure recognition, and that was during COVID-19. And during COVID-19 state of emergency, the governor authorized the office to issue emergency licenses, and the criteria was limited to, one, they had to have a similar license in another state, they had to be in good standing. And we were able to increase the number of licensed healthcare professionals to 22,000. And we received fewer than 10 complaints, and we've only had one reported disciplinary action. And I think that was real data that helped demonstrate that the public would not be at significant risk by allowing us to issue these licenses if they've been vetted in other states. And we are able to issue them in about 24 hours. And so that makes us much more competitive with our sister states like Vermont, who's already doing this. And so House Bill 2 proposes to codify this process and allow us to issue permanent licenses based on the same criteria. So what I've included in the subsequent pages, looks like through page 7, are really just some charts of the data that we saw during the emergency licensure experiment. And I really wanted to draw your attention to the mental health fields because we saw a significant increase in the number of licensed professionals when we modified the criteria to be just that you had a license in another state that was in good standing. In particular, during the state of emergency, 36% of LADACs were licensed here only on an emergency license. 45%, almost half, of clinical mental health counselors were practicing only on an emergency license. 44%, again, almost half, of individuals licensed in New Hampshire to practice clinical social work were doing so on an emergency license. And then with respect to psychologists, 63% of individuals who are authorized to practice here were doing so on an emergency license. And so certainly the structural change that's proposed, this portion of the structural change that's proposed in House Bill 2 is a significant change, but it's a change that's already been accepted in New Hampshire and certainly accepted by the House. And so I don't think is that controversial, at least not now. We did attempt to request this bill last year, and it didn't make its way out of committee. Page 8. Yes.
Representative McGuire, please.
On page 6, physician, 65%. What does that mean?
So that data references that 65% of individuals licensed to practice medicine during the state of emergency were doing so only on an emergency license. The reason why I don't think that with respect to physicians and physicians only, that data accurately captures what we were looking at is because we worked with the Department of Health and Human Services to license all of their Medicaid enrolled physicians who were in Massachusetts so that our New Hampshire constituents could continue to receive services from Massachusetts-based physicians. And that's why that number is a little bit higher than what we would anticipate seeing.
Representative Ebel.
So on the universal licensure recognition, you said it takes like 24 hours. Do you just sort of quickly compare the licensing requirements in New Hampshire to those of the other state, just to see how they mesh? Or how does that work?
Yeah, so the license has to be of a similar nature. So, for example, naturopathic doctors, we typically don't issue those types of licenses because the licensing requirements are so different and they vary significantly, and the scope of practice in our state is significantly different. They have a formulary, so we do have to conduct that analysis. But for most healthcare professions, nursing, physicians, it's pretty standard across the country. And there, from a policy standpoint, when we talk about this in cosmetology, we have 1,500 hours requirements. Well, if they're coming from a state that has 1,000 hours, but they work for 10 years, that should be sufficient for the most part. So we do engage in that analysis, but we are able to issue them in a fast turnaround time. So in terms of the board transfers on page 8, House Bill 2 proposes to transfer auctioneers from the Secretary of State's office, the Boxing and Wrestling Commission from the Secretary of State's office, bondsmen from Secretary of State's, and then the Board of Licensing for interpreters for the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing. That's from education. And my understanding is that the purpose of these transfers is really to increase efficiency in licensing processes and eliminate duplication of efforts statewide. The office is undergoing a lot of changes and has been in the last couple of years. We are trying to standardize the way we do business. Just today, we had a final proposal before JailCar to have one universal licensure application, initial application to include demographic information. Probably doesn't sound, that fantastic, but it's taken us years to get to a point where we can capture the same type of demographic information. If you go to page 9, we are working on several major strategic goals. The first 2 are really leveraging technology. And I think the idea behind putting all licensing boards within OPLC is that we will be able to, all licensing boards will be able to benefit from the procurement of these additional technologies. And we anticipate our new licensing portal to be in effect or fully implemented through FY25. My understanding with respect to the boards in the Secretary of State's office is that the Secretary of State has no objection. I'm not aware of what DOE believes with respect to the Interpreters Board. On page 10, there are several proposed board mergers. And as Representative McGuire mentioned, House Bill 655, as amended and passed out of the House, I believe yesterday, would allow OPLC to issue licenses in between board meetings. And this House Bill 655 was the result of a committee that was established by Senate Bill 330 of last year, and they made several recommendations, one of which was to allow OPLC to issue licenses in between meetings. As you may know, historically, the practice was all applications were received in paper form, all applications were brought to board meetings monthly or every 60 days. They were reviewed, and then decisions were made, and then licenses were issued or denied. As we've seen increased demand for licensure, society generally no longer supports this model. From a workforce standpoint, we are competing with other states that are doing business in a different way, particularly Vermont, and they do not have this similar structure. And in addition, most of our boards have already delegated the authority to the office to review applications unless they're problematic. And so 655 and House Bill 2 would propose that we would issue licenses in between meetings unless they needed further review because of a criminal history check or a disciplinary issue. And because boards would no longer be reviewing their applications at the monthly meetings, I think that's the justification for the proposed mergers. You no longer need huge boards to sit around the table and divvy up licensure applications. So HB2 proposes to merge boards that are sufficiently similar both to increase efficiencies and promote collaboration between professionals. We see a lot of scope of practice that's somewhat similar across several different boards, and I think the idea is that to promote collaboration, certain boards are proposed to be merged. In particular, on page 11,
Excuse me, Representative McGuire has a question.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So issuing licenses between meetings. So does this include every kind of license, physicians, for example?
Yeah, so we already do that. The Board of Medicine has already authorized us to do that under most circumstances.
Thank you.
So, so the proposed board mergers are the Advisory Board of Reflexology with the Advisory Board of Massage. I just wanted to note that there are 17 reflexologists, 12 structural integrators, and 4 Asian bodywork therapists. Nationwide, these disciplines are often combined, and I will circulate this PowerPoint along with the attachment. With respect to LADEC, obviously we've had some conversations here, and Representative McGuire presented on this issue. There are 2 states that currently combine psychology with other disciplines, Kansas and Texas. I've had lengthy discussions with the executive director over in Texas, and I do believe if implemented here, it would be certainly feasible. It's working well in Texas. The third proposal would be to merge the Board of Medicine with the Board of Podiatry and Medical Review Subcommittee. With respect to the Medical Review Subcommittee, I wanted to note that the Board of Medicine supports removing the Medical Review Subcommittee out of statute. They want a peer review committee, and we support that and would recommend allowing them to establish that via rule. But there are some significant issues with the MRC now because it's currently constituted, it's currently in statute, and they are governor and council appointments. And the problem right now is they meet half the time. They cancel almost, over half of their meetings. They get through a handful of cases at every meeting, and we get over 200 cases a year. And so there's a significant backlog. And because the statute does not allow the Board of Medicine to provide oversight, we essentially are stuck with people who are not fulfilling their duties. And so I did want to make that comment with respect to the MRSC. In terms of the Board of Medicine and Board of Podiatry, the New Hampshire Board of Medicine currently regulates 3 disciplines, MDs, DOs, or osteopaths, and PAs, physician assistants. 11 states use one board to regulate multiple disciplines that include podiatry, and you see those there. And currently the New Hampshire Board of Podiatry is a 5-member board. There are 91 of them in New Hampshire. Engineers with land surveyors, both boards are currently supported by the National Council of Examiners for Engineering and Surveying, and 36 states have combined boards. Only 9 states have standalone engineering boards. Most of them are fairly large, but you see Vermont obviously is not a large board. Also, I would mention that Vermont uses the advisory model that we discussed earlier. Almost all their boards are advisory, and we can get into that a little bit later, but it's a model that's used nationwide. Here we go. Page 12, proposed advisory boards. So smaller boards, and this is true for any profession, it's not about a particular profession, but smaller boards are at greatest risk of antitrust issues. Everybody knows everybody knows who's doing what. And with respect to policy autonomous boards that are comprised primarily of active market participants, and those are people in the profession, that's our Supreme Court, or not our Supreme Court, the United States Supreme Court has said that they are not entitled to immunity. And so this puts the state at potential risk of liability if they were to make decisions based on a competitive nature. And it does happen. So I won't go into significant details about it, but it is an issue. And that's why a lot of states have moved in the direction of providing state oversight. What the United States Supreme Court said in that case was that in order to be entitled to immunity, states need to provide oversight and supervision by an actor that is not part of that particular profession. So some states have like veto power, some states have moved in the advisory model, some states, use other different models. But that really is the basis for the advisory model approach because of the fact that the executive director, who's not a member of this profession, essentially has veto power. It provides the state with immunity that we wouldn't otherwise have. So,
Excuse me, Representative McGuire has a question.
Yes.
Thank you. So just to make this clear, what's an a full board and what's an advisory board? Could you give us an example based on the page that our chairman was looking at, which was acupuncture, right? So
Yes.
acupuncture is one that's now a full board and by House Bill 2 would become an advisory board. So could you walk us through an example of somebody has a complaint and it goes to the board and how it's done now, how it would be done in the future, and what are the qualifications of the people who work for you that would be working on it and making those decisions and so on?
Certainly.
It's actually on page 104. There's not a
108, I think, is where you were looking, no?
well, yeah, there's a couple of sections, but 104, 108, but it eliminates board altogether. It doesn't say an advisory board. It's just executive director.
That's exactly it. When it takes out the word board and puts in the word executive director, it's for a board that's becoming advisory. Yes?
Correct. There's a separate section that establishes an advisory board and sets forth what the executive director has to utilize that advisory board for.
Could you point that section out to us?
I could send that along to you, Representative. I apologize. I didn't bring my hard copy of HB2. I can send it along, but that's how it works now for the existing advisory boards. There's one statute that says advisory board established, these are their qualifications, but the authority lies with the executive director. And the reason for that is because the executive director is not a part of that particular profession. And that's what gives the state immunity when they're, that's what allows the state to provide effective oversight of
I
these
understand how it
regulatory
is now. I'm
bodies.
just like going forward. That's my question that you're going to send me, I guess. Yeah, Mr. Hoffman. Point out this. You can point out this section to Mr. Hoffman, please.
Mr. Chair, Director Courtney, was what you were saying that you currently have the format with the advisory boards now, and so what you're doing is you're expanding the use of that oversight format to more boards?
Correct. We already utilize, and I can discuss how we do it, but we already have that process in place. So you were referring to page 109, Representative? 108? Yes.
See where it made a reference to this advisory board. It just said the executive director.
I know it's in there. Oh, here we go. It's actually on page 103. So line 22, board established, the executive director shall establish an advisory board. Sets forth that 1 shall be a certified acupuncture detoxification specialist and 2 shall be licensed acupuncturists. And they shall advise the executive director regarding the implementation of this chapter. So in practice, how we've done it, and I can give this back to you. So there's really no distinction in terms of how we manage complaints in the office now. When we get a complaint for most boards, unless they really want to see complaints in advance, all of the complaints go to the enforcement division, and the enforcement division will request a response from the licensee unless it's considered an emergency, which is usually diversion of drugs or stealing money or something like that. And then they get a response from the licensee, and it goes to the regulatory body. In this case, I myself or the hearings officer, we don't even see the complaint or the response. We convene the advisory board and they make a recommendation as to whether or not to proceed to discipline. And typically we go along with that recommendation. There's only been one instance that I can think of where we did not go along with that recommendation, and it was a legal reason because we didn't think we had jurisdiction over it. So in any event, they will make a decision or a recommendation to proceed to disciplinary action. We issue a notice of hearing and the case is prosecuted. I have to say that I think some advisory boards, not all, some like that model because it provides them cover in a small community. Some of them, like nursing home administrators, my understanding is they don't object to being an advisory board. They don't like making legal decisions. They also don't like being in a small community and being the ones solely responsible for, disciplining their colleagues. And so it does provide a little cover for those individuals. So I would say some like it, some don't. But generally, the process works really well, and it's consistent with what other states do.
I guess I'm just not as smart as you are.
No, I don't think that's the case,
At that
Representative.
language, but just going back to the language, it says the advisory board shall advise the executive director regarding the implementation of this chapter.
Certainly.
But going to page 108, there's nothing about the advisory board participating in discipline. That's my concern. And
Yeah, I see your concern. You can certainly change the language to be shall consult with, participate. We don't object to anything like that. It's our practice to bring them in because they are the experts in their field. Now, I will say some cases are really cut and dry. For massage, we often get complaints of sexual assault. So those are frequent. You don't necessarily need expertise for that, but we do consult with them. But we could certainly make that modification, and we would support that modification to be crystal clear that they have to be involved in the adjudication.
That's just been my concern, that it's a little vague right now because there has been involvement, but this is pretty clear language. It's bold and out that the board is gone and the executive director is completely responsible for discipline. So maybe if it said in consultation with this advisory board, but I think that needs to be tightened up. But
Yeah, I think we would support that language. And I know that I think it was Representative Schuett has been adding that to pretty much every bill that we have, and we support that. We support that modification. So with respect to, so staying on page 12 though, you see the list of boards that are proposed to move to or convert to advisory boards. All of them have fewer than 200 licensees. And I understand there may be some fear regarding, moving to advisory is one step closer to being repealed. That is not, from my perspective, that's not the case. Again, House Bill 2 is not OPLC's bill. We requested to convert MIRT in particular to an advisory board last year because there were significant quorum problems and we had licenses that we couldn't issue and we had disciplinary actions that we couldn't take any action on. And so, but that issue is completely separate and distinct from whether or not the profession should be licensed. And I personally don't see these licenses going away. So getting into the proposed repeals, I think it's on page 14. I just wanted to provide you with what we were able to come up with in terms of research. May or may not be helpful to you. Foresters, originally licensed, actually second time licensed in 1990. They had been previously licensed, but during a sunset review, this body actually repealed their licensure for about 11 years. The requirements are essentially just education, although there are exemptions for that, experience in an examination, Based on our available data, the state hasn't denied licenses to individual, and there's only been one reported disciplinary matter. I think if the license was repealed, the state could certainly rely on voluntary national certification. There is a National Certification Society of American Foresters, and I've included, based on the Society of American Foresters, a map of which states do license foresters, most in the Northeast and Southeast. You can see that.
Backing up a little bit to like the medical licensure.
Certainly.
We had that medical license technician over the Exeter Hospital
Yes.
issue. Did you create a new license to try to deal with that, or how did that all work out? Oh, Representative McGuire, I guess I struck a nerve there.
Yes, I have to say that was before Director Courtney was involved. At that time, there was a registration required, not a license. There were no technical qualifications at all. The sponsor specifically said to ED&A that the reason for the registration was to be a hassle to the individuals so that bad actors would not come to New Hampshire. Despite my opposition, among others, there was this registration was put into place, and it was retained, even though the hospital under question in that one incident was found to be at fault for not supervising him properly. It was the licensure was maintained on the basis of that single anecdotal, that one bad actor. And I don't believe that there were any significant cases of discipline after that.
We have a little pause here. I'd just like to recognize any of the division members if we have any questions as we move along. Thank you, Chair McGuire.
The only thing I would add is I wasn't at OPLC during that time, but I did represent half of the plaintiffs in that case as a practicing attorney. And I can say, having gone through tens of thousands of pages of discovery documents, that registration would not have prevented what happened at Exeter Hospital. And the reason for that is because what happened at Exeter Hospital is that just nobody reported misconduct. And our licensure laws and disciplinary setup, it requires people to report. It's reactive, not proactive. So it would not have made a difference, in my opinion.
So if we had licensure required for that tech position, I guess it would just be speculation that would have not occurred. But
I personally, I mean, I've reviewed, again, over 65,000 pages of documents, and I can send you an article that I've written that tracks what happened with that case. I mean, he went from state to state to state, and no state ever, when he was observed passed out in a bathroom with a needle, syringe in his arm, never reported it. The authorities, law enforcement, never followed up on it. And so criminal history checks wouldn't have done anything. Licensure wouldn't have done anything because it was just never reported. He went to the next state where he reoffended before action could be taken. And I think states probably just felt, oh, he's out of our jurisdiction. It's probably not worth our resources.
all right, so moving right along.
Yes, to foresters. I just provide a difference because, there's been a lot of conversation between national certification versus state licensure. So here's a synopsis of what the national certification requirements are. Education, you have to have at least a bachelor's degree, and you have to have certain experience, at least 5 or more years. There are continuing education requirements. There are ways to file complaints, and you do have an opportunity to search for certified professionals. Interestingly, the New Hampshire state licensure requirements appear to be less than the national certification requirements. We actually allow individuals with 2-year degrees, And if you have 8 years of experience, you don't need any educational experience at all. We do require an examination. That appears to be the main distinction with foresters. Moving on to page 16, the Allied Health Governing Board. So the Allied Health Governing Board essentially functioned how OPLC functions now. They had authority. The Allied Health Governing Board is comprised of the board chair of all of the other governing boards, like the Occupational Therapy Governing Board, Physical Therapy, and they enacted procedural rules. But that authority is now with OPLC, and so there really is no purpose for that board. This board does not issue any licenses. With respect to landscape architects, all states license landscape architects. I think New Hampshire was the 47th state that began licensing landscape architects. That was in 2006, and I will forward you the Finance Committee hearing report. Licensure is mandatory. You know, there are some exemptions, but it is mandatory, and it's misdemeanor if you're required to be licensing or not. There are certain requirements for licensure, obviously, education, experience, and exam, and the exam is through CLARB. According to our available data, we've had 0 applicants be denied and 0 enforcement cases. And I know that the seals are very important to individuals. Licensees may purchase a seal, noting that they're licensed. This is not something our office gives out. They do it on their own. So if HB2 passed as proposed, obviously the board and the license would be eliminated. I think the public could rely on voluntary national certification. And previously to licensure, a lot of licensed individuals sought licensure in other states because they wanted the seal, and they would just buy their seal and note that they were licensed elsewhere. So I think that could happen as it did prior to 2006 if HB2 passed as proposed. Moving on to natural scientists, of course, as you're aware, there has been significant pushback from the community. And interestingly, I believe you heard that I think the association is supportive of merging with the Board of Architects. Natural scientists created in 1997. There have only been 3 enforcement cases, and I have to say that if...
Excuse me, Representative.
Yes.
Yes. Well, merging landscape architects with the Board of Architects, the architects don't like it.
Oh,
so.
certainly. I don't doubt that. So in terms of natural scientists, we've only had 3 enforcement cases. 2, honestly, there may be a constitutional issue here. The 2 were in 2015. They were related to continuing education. The person was essentially voluntarily surrendered their license, which is pretty significant because they didn't do CEs. The 3rd one was a voluntary surrender due to a conviction. And I really don't think that under the new statute that we have that that would have been an issue. But in any event, if House Bill 2 were passed, the state could rely on voluntary credentials. Several states do. One for soil scientists would be the Soil Science Society of America or Society of Wetland Scientists. And on the following page with respect to soil scientists, I give a breakdown of what the national certification does versus what the New Hampshire state certification does. And again, they're pretty comparable. In both cases, they may file complaints, and there's an opportunity for consumers to search for certified professionals. With respect to wetland, which is on 21, again, pretty comparable. This organization notes that individuals can purchase a seal, which I know is important to licensees if they have the national certification. They also do that if they have the New Hampshire certification. So getting back to medical technicians, which is on page 22, this was created in response, I believe, to the hepatitis C outbreak at Exeter Hospital. Essentially, what it does is it requires individuals who are not otherwise licensed, who may come into contact with a controlled drug, to register with our office. It's pretty broad. And the issue that we have now, and we had proposed last year moving them to an advisory board, is that they haven't met in over 2 years. And so it's essentially not functioning as it was intended. So I think something needs to happen with respect to this either way. I could not find any other states that have a similar registration requirement. I know some states separately from nursing assistants register people who have direct access to patients, but I couldn't find another similar registration in another state, except for Illinois. So I will say that the criteria is very broad and very vague, so it's possible that they exist and just my search terms were not capturing it. In terms of court reporters on page 23, again, they're currently an advisory board, and we just enacted their new rules. There are about 66 court reporters. Again, requirements for initial licensure are listed on this page. Includes a national certification. They are not required to maintain their national certification. I will say that the advisory board is strongly against delicensure. 24 states have either voluntary or no certification for court reporters. One thing that the advisory board brought up, I think it could be addressed within an amendment to House Bill 2, was that if their licensure was repealed, they would lose their limited notarial function, and they felt that was important to them. So I think essentially a grandfathering could address that issue to allow them to continue to administer oaths. I will also say in practice, in New Hampshire, attorneys typically administer oaths. When you go into other jurisdictions, it's usually the court reporter, but in New Hampshire attorneys typically administer oaths. The Manufactured Housing Complaint Board, that's on page 24. This is not a licensure board. Essentially, this board is intended to act as an arbiter or some sort of adjudicative body for disputes between the manufactured housing park and tenant. This is not something, I think the intent is very good. I just don't think it's not being utilized. The Department of Justice has concurrent jurisdiction. I did confirm with them that the Consumer Protection Bureau has jurisdiction over these cases. It's my understanding that the chair of that particular board has no opposition to this board being eliminated. That said, there's a bill pending in the Senate that I think would modify this, and there's been some concern expressed by members of the public regarding eliminating this board. Regarding medical imaging on page 25, this also was created in 2016. Now there are 10 permanent license types, many different temporary licenses. So the majority of those that are proposed to be repealed are under this board. It is an advisory board. I will say that the requirements for education are pretty standard. They need a certain level of education, a national exam, and typically for most license types, they do need a national certification. We haven't had too many issues with respect to those applicants. One applicant for permanent licensure has been denied, and there's been one enforcement matter. I will say as a practical matter, not all states license these folks, and so that has become an issue, particularly for endorsement or reciprocity. In order to take advantage of our temporary licensure, you need to have a license in another state, and many of these folks do not. And so when they come in, we cannot issue them a credential or a license pretty quickly. They have to go through the whole process. And for these folks, a lot of them are traveling healthcare workers. So when they come into our state, maybe on a weekend to assist, it's not just for, I'm going to move here. So these are pretty mobile folks. And so that aspect is pretty problematic. I was able to find that states really approach this license type in various different ways. I think Massachusetts lumps them all together in one particular license type, which is problematic for the reasons I just described. But, sonographers are only licensed in 4 states. That said, radiographers are licensed in 42 states. So there's a list right there for your consideration. I think if House Bill 2 were to pass, we would do what we did prior to 2016, which is that healthcare facilities would continue to require that individuals have national certification, and they would also require individuals to undergo criminal history checks, and healthcare facilities would be responsible for vetting their staff. Turning to almost at the end, licensure of nursing assistants. There's been a lot of conversation about this. Under the proposal, New Hampshire would still be required to register nursing assistants as we're required to do. I could not find any state other than New Hampshire that requires both registration and licensure of nursing assistants. Many states refer to individuals on the registry as being CNAs or certified nursing assistants. New Hampshire could choose to eliminate this duplicative licensure requirement, but allow nursing assistants to utilize a different title. I know title is very important. We've heard that in testimony. In the following page, I just wanted to give you a brief comparison of what the nursing assistant registry is and what the license is. So for the registry, you have to complete a criminal history check. That's in DHHS regs. You have to complete a state-approved nursing assistant program. Under CMS regs, it has to be at least 75 hours. Our regs are 100 hours. Notably, 13 states exceed us significantly by at least 20%. You have to pass a state-approved exam, and you have to complete at least 12 hours of in-service training per year. On the licensure side, here are the requirements. You have to be on the registry, and you have to complete a CBC, and you have to pay fees, and you have to complete 24 hours of CEs over the course of 2 years. On page 30, this outlines the process of what a nursing aide has to go through in order to get licensed. They first have to enroll in a nursing assistant program that's board approved, and that requires the criminal history check. Then they complete the program. Then they complete the competency evaluation. Then they're placed on the registry. And then they have to apply for the license. They have to pay the fee, and they have to complete the criminal history check, and then they're issued a license. And I think under House Bill 2, what this would do was essentially eliminate the last two boxes in this process. We had previously proposed to the Board of Nursing, or requested that the Board of Nursing consider just eliminating the fee, because that would allow us to use the licensure as the registry, basically cutting our administrative obligations in half. The Board of Nursing at that time didn't want to eliminate the fee because the fee was important in terms of making the LNAs feel valued. So we didn't eliminate the fee. But it was our position that if we were to eliminate the fee, we could essentially merge these two, because the CMS regulations prohibit us from charging a fee to be on the registry, and that's because the state is reimbursed for operating the registry.
So
Yes.
I have a quick question. You have mentioned many times about combining boards because of lack of attendance, can't get people there. I know a number of boards like the Prescription Drug Affordability Board meet online often. Has that been discussed, to get people together versus eliminating the board, but allow people to visually hold their hearings or meetings?
Yes, 91A does not presently allow a quorum of a board to attend virtually. We do live stream our meetings, but all public bodies are required to have a quorum physically present in order to conduct a meeting in compliance with 91A. One of the recommendations that came out of that committee that was established by Senate Bill 330 was to allow our licensure boards to conduct virtual meetings. We saw increased attendance when that happened during COVID-19. And there was a bill last year that would propose that, but because, you know, you wouldn't be changing it necessarily just for OPLC boards, it would be for all public bodies. That didn't pass.
But would it be helpful if it did? One of the issues is the quorum issue, and if you could loosen up the restrictions a little bit on remote meetings, would that be helpful in getting the meetings to take place?
Certainly, that was our position last year as well, and we had data that was able to support increased attendance. Additionally, you know, it's difficult to get public members. It's also difficult to get people from other parts of the state. and it's actually more expensive for us to reimburse mileage costs. So we saved a significant, well, almost $100,000 when we didn't have to pay for mileage, which is, no small chunk of change for us.
Can I just ask, I see. So just as a general matter, who is appointing the public members?
It's the governor and council for most appointments. And what I can say is we have a really hard time finding public members interested in serving. We send out for our board members who are licensed professionals, we send out email blasts, but there's no body of people that we can send out, requests to apply. We don't get a lot of applications. And I know that the governor's office doesn't have a lot of public member applications just sitting there. It's just really challenging to find those individuals.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you. Yes, looking at page 30, so you're saying that if House Bill 2 passed as is, the last two boxes would be eliminated, but someone to get into the registry would still have done all the training and been evaluated and so on.
Correct.
Right? How does someone get off the registry? Is
Yes.
there a complaint process or something like that?
Yeah, so we're required to follow a process. You can get off the registry by not working as a nurse aide within the last 2 years when you have to renew, or there's a disciplinary matter involving fraud, waste, abuse. And I have to say that the majority of LNA cases that we have are fraud, waste, or abuse. And so there would be, a finding, and you could essentially be deemed not eligible to serve as a nursing assistant.
Man, so therefore, there is still, even if the last two boxes are eliminated, there's still a disciplinary feature, right? So yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So your suggestion was call somebody who's on the registry in LNA, and we're done. Is that kind of?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've heard is a concern during public testimony, is that sense of professional identity. And I think that was true with the committee report that was issued in 2019. And from, I think other states call them CNAs. Some states call them NAs.
And as a follow-up to Representative McGuire, where is the disciplinary procedure found in your proposal? Or
In this proposal?
yes, since you're making these changes, I would assume that, or where is your disciplinary procedure that you follow?
Yeah, ours are in our PLC 200s, which I could send to you. It's a standardized way that we conduct both investigations and hearings. I can certainly send those to you. I don't think, other than with respect to the advisory boards, these changes do not propose a change in how we conduct disciplinary proceedings.
So you mentioned the governor and council are responsible for the appointing of some of the positions. Now, there's a mediation board or something, and there are like 5 mediators, and that's being reduced to 1. And the governor and council would not be part of that, but again, it's an executive director that would be appointing that mediator. Why not 5 and why go to 1?
That board is very different. Unlike most boards that are required to be nominated by the governor and appointed by executive council or confirmed by executive council, that has separate private entities and or members of the court and or members of the legislature who are required to sit. I think there's only 47 licensees, and the board is, I want to say, about 10 people. I'll get you the specific numbers. And from my perspective, it's largely dysfunctional. And there needs to be some oversight there.
Okay, are there any further questions? Want to take a little break here? Seeing none, I guess continue if you would. Thanks.
Sure, I'm almost done. So page 31 is just a graphic of what our state requires. Our state requires 100 hours, and 13 other states require more training for nursing assistants. Actually, Maine requires 180, which is interesting. And they don't have a licensure requirement. Booths, we've already talked about this. The Board of Barbering, Cosmetology and Aesthetics supports this. Based on my research, this came around the time of as actually a mechanism to empower females, women business owners. They could operate their own business years ago. And but from our perspective, the shop is already licensed. What happens practically is you may have 10 booths within a licensed shop. Our inspector has to go out to one booth, inspect everything, come back, go out to another booth, inspect everything, come back, and do that 11 times. And it's incredibly ineffective. So the only difference between a booth and a shop is that the booth itself doesn't have to have running water, because the shop has a sink.
Representative, could you please come to the mic? Thanks. Could you speak into the mic, please? Thanks.
Right, sorry. I just want to be clear because it says proposes to remove requirement that independent contractors within licensed shops be licensed. So to me, it reads that the hairdressers don't need to be licensed.
No. So the booth, in order to operate a booth,
I know.
you have to be an independent contractor, not employed. And that's a labor issue that really should be a DOL issue that our inspectors have been inspecting. But what we are saying is that you still have to have your personal license.
It doesn't look like that, but that's just a short statement.
Okay, the statute does. The proposed statute does. I hear what you're saying.
Okay,
Yeah, so, but again, the Board of Barbering is fully supportive of that, because the booth licensure does not help facilitate increased public protection. And then finally, I wanted to address the issue of the proposal regarding massage therapy establishment licensure. This has been before this body numerous times, including this year. But it continues to be problematic. Our massage therapy licensure laws, and this is an advisory board, so this is directly regulated by the agency with the advice of 3 massage therapists. It does not allow us to effectively adjudicate or help prevent our licensure laws from being utilized to facilitate sex and labor trafficking. It's a serious problem that's happening nationwide, and I gave you some statistics from the Federation of State Massage Therapy Boards. Between 6,500 and 9,000 illicit businesses use massage or bodywork as a front for prostitution in the United States. Our current disciplinary and investigative framework only allows us to be reactive. We can't conduct inspections because we don't have establishment licensure. On the few times that we've gotten complaints, we've gone out there, I can tell you stories, people running out the back, and then they just stop working in that particular area and they set up shop down the street. And we have received licensure applications from certain parts of the country that we know likely are producing folks who are coming here to be trafficked. But there's nothing in our massage therapy licensure laws that allow me to say, you're from Flushing, New York, this is a problem. And I can't check up on that because we don't have establishment licensure. And I think that this, it just needs to be, it needs to be addressed. On page 34, you can see a map.
Representative Ebel has a question.
Yes.
Didn't we just have a bill on this?
Yeah. It's also proposed to be in House Bill 2.
Is the bill similar?
It died.
And it died, right? Or are some of the provisions from that bill in HB 2?
Yes, that was one of the edits in the First Amendment I brought because based on the results on House Bill 341, the House position is that massage establishments do not need licensure. Therefore, we deleted it from House Bill 2.
Well, Representative Grote, it looks like she has a comment.
That's
Yes.
your bill.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it was not a consent calendar item. It was debated and fought on the floor, but the result was the House Bill 341 was killed, and therefore that's the House position.
The only thing I would say, and with full respect to all different professions, you know, it's proposed that we retain licensure of foresters, we retain licensure of natural scientists, very important, but there are no issues with child sex trafficking. There's a clear public protection issue with respect to massage therapy and the fact that our laws are facilitating this conduct in our state. And so if the House is going to take the position that we should continue to license certain technical professions because it would be too difficult to do repeals of other ordinances or people need seals, why are we not establishing massage establishment licensure when there is a known sex trafficking issue in our state? So that would be my only comment.
You have to address that with all the members that voted against 341.
Well, this is another opportunity.
Well, there may be a conflict because often we don't put House positions that aren't supported in the finance budget, so.
Yes, I mean, the most convincing argument, I believe, against House Bill 341 is that the regulators should not be used to enforce to sanction criminal behavior. Sex trafficking is a crime. Child abuse is a crime. We don't want the licensing clerks to go there and say, oh my goodness, it looks like there's sex trafficking going on. They don't have the skills. They aren't trained for it. We want law enforcement to deal with criminal issues.
I would just say that, and I appreciate the House's position, and this has been fully vetted. The reason why we have administrative regulations and specifically licensure is to protect the public. And we frequently run across criminal activity. Just had one the other day, significant embezzlement issues. We refer that to law enforcement. But we still continue with our administrative action because we shouldn't be allowing those people to practice and work in New Hampshire if there's a significant public health safety risk. And by establishing massage establishment licensure, like we have with salons that don't have a demonstrated issue with trafficking, it allows us to conduct inspections and make sure that it's on the up and up, that people are performing services in a sanitized manner, and that our licensees are doing what they need to be doing, and that they're not being besmirched by the fact that people are coming in and utilizing our licensure authority to conduct criminal behavior.
Representative Grota, would you like to come forward? I saw your hand.
So I'm finally understanding this. So to me, this whole exercise is proof of why this is way too complicated for us to get done in the next 2 days. But so massage therapists are required to be licensed, but the establishments in which they work are not. Is that?
Right. And so what happens is somebody will open a massage therapy shop, and then it could be somebody who is trafficking in people from the state to perform services that are not massage therapy. They may or may not go and purchase massage therapy transcripts that look real. And then they traffic in typically women, and then when somebody becomes aware of what's going on, they move on to another jurisdiction. And because we don't have inspection authority unless we've received a complaint, there's no way for us to go in and determine that they're complying with the regulations.
Representative Grota, please.
You'll notice that I did not mention this when I spoke with you. It is because, although it is my bill, and our committee sent it to the floor without recommendation, and the House did not approve it, I did not want to appear that I would be biased in asking you to keep that in House Bill 2. I want my testimony to rest only on its merits. So that's why I didn't include it.
Thank you.
But I remembered it.
Anyways, I think I've provided my opinion, and I'm happy to take any other questions. I very much appreciate your time. I know I've taken up a lot of it.
So now we'll go just strictly to the finance piece. I'm sure there's that you've included, and we've seen this number before, that
yes,
your proposal would eliminate about $950,000 coming back to the state. How do you intend to fund your new proposal with increased fees? Because you're obviously not going to let any staff go. I didn't see a reduction of staff in your budget proposal.
So our proposal was prior to HB2 coming out. So the agency obviously had to submit its proposal based on the current statutory framework. I'm not convinced that, if you eliminate the license types that are proposed to be eliminated, including the duplicative nature of licensing nursing assistants, that's a significant amount of work. So I'm not convinced that we would require as much administrative support, and would likely see some changes in reductions in expenditures as a result. We do need to look at fees, and part of that is because many boards are paying way more than they should, and many boards are not paying enough, cosmetology being a prime example. We haven't been able to level set those fees yet because we required statutory changes, which we just received. So we do plan on doing that. I don't anticipate significant increases in fees as a result.
Representative Carol McGuire, followed by
Yes,
her
thank you,
husband.
Mr. Chair. I'd like to mention that we had a bill, House Bill 445, that would keep the, create a non-lapsing fund for the license fees. During the hearings on that, we heard that OPLC typically lapses several $1 million back to the general fund, so that the license fees at their current level are more than, even after that $1 million reduction, are adequate to cover the cost of the operations, without assuming any of the efficiencies that we are confident will happen. So
No, it just caught our eye that there would be a substantial reduction of nearly $1 million in what was coming back to the state. That's all.
yes, but the House Bill 445, making that a non-lapsing fund, has passed the House. It is currently in Ways and Means for their analysis, and we'll see what comes out of them. They're the experts on funding. From an EDA point of view, we felt that allowing large amounts of money from license fees to lapse to the general fund beyond the cost of operating the office and doing everything else that's necessary turns the license fee into a tax. And we've had information that that is unconstitutional and not allowed.
Well, Representative Dan McGuire, please.
We don't have income tax, so.
I heard we had an income tax from you just the other day.
Yeah, except for the I&D tax. Anyways, all right, where was I going? So, did I hear you say that you don't think the fee that LNAs pay for their license covers your costs?
Oh, no. They pay $35, and the average cost of a 2-year license is $155. Now, the Board of Nursing has decided that it would like to subsidize LNAs, but the Board of Nursing is obviously, they also haven't raised their fees in a while. The RNs pay $80, and the APRNs pay, I believe, $100. And so I'd have to look at the numbers again today, but I'm not sure that the Board of Nursing is covering its costs.
And so there's probably a lot more LNAs than the other types of nurses also, right?
Yes, I believe there are 12,000 LNAs, certainly not that many that are currently practicing. I think if the licensure were eliminated, we would be able to better calculate the amount of work that we are doing to register these individuals, and we would be able to seek more funding from the federal government. I don't think we're getting what we are entitled to under their regulations in order to manage their registry. But because the administrative process is just too intertwined, we haven't been able to provide them with an increased figure.
Other questions from division members? Representative Ebel.
Well, I just noticed on page 36, you did say that there's a potential increase in revenue from the universal licensure.
Yeah, I think so because we saw when we instituted those changes, we saw an increase of 10% in the number of licensees statewide. So I would anticipate that by reducing barriers, increasing portability, that we would see people taking advantage of that.
Further questions?
Yeah, and then as far as all the different boards that are being converted, eliminated, did they have input into the decisions that are embodied in HB2?
No.
They did not?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, seeing no, yes, Representative Grassi, please.
Just one comment. I just wanted to point out that it was my bill that I introduced back in 1979 that created the licensure for massage therapists.
Oh, thank you. And originally, or I don't know if originally, but we used to have massage therapy establishment licensure.
May have been in the bill. It's been a long time.
Yes.
So.
Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. The division will make a decision next week. I don't want to do anything today. Representative Hewitt and Sweeney are not here to participate. I'm sorry, yes, ma'am? We generally don't allow people from the public to speak during just work sessions, but I'll grant you the request, but if you could make it. Oh, no, look at the folks now want to stand up and speak, but.
The only thing I would say is I'm happy to make myself available between now and whenever if you have any additional questions. Thank you.
We'll hold you to 3 minutes, so if you can do that. 2.
I'm Dr. Deborah Warner from Littleton. As you know, I testified on Monday. I want to bring up one small suggestion for this committee is that I am very concerned that these matters are layering upon your expertise in a different area, and that it is an incredible burden for you to not only incorporate all this controversy, but also to have to gear up in the entire background that a whole nother committee has already trained itself through their bills and history of these boards. And I might make a suggestion that if there be any of these sections pertaining to licensure that are controversial and that there's this way and that to think about it, that you might consider pulling them off anyway, because we've already known that Chairwoman McGuire is ready to incorporate much study in her committee. And there's many people who are ready to do that work. And as you know, I'm one of those little worker bees who shows up. And so I'd give that suggestion to you. I also have a point, an answer. Representative Leishman, you brought up several times the issue of having one person have too much authority and that the board's not having that and such. There are in the law currently, at least in our board, that many rights and due process pieces that are in the law. And these things will be incorporated into study that the EDNA will be doing in their retained bill. And so I think that those are an important consideration, is that the steps involved in the process of investigation and such, that they are more fully articulated in the law and that they will be incorporated in that study.
Thanks for your comments. And we appreciate your accolades back to us, but I've got a very dedicated group of folks here, and we'll hopefully make the best decision next week.
Thank you so much.
Now the next folks just need 2 minutes, Representative McGuire, so I'll get your clock going. Yeah. You two gentlemen, like, I guess, are you together, or? If we could have your name, please.
My name is Randy Knowles. I'm a landscape architect and the current national trustee for the American Society of Landscape for the New Hampshire chapter. I just wanted to make a few quick points. First of all, thank you, Chairman, and your board. And I'd also like to take a chance to thank Chairman Carol McGuire and her board for recommending that landscape architects be removed from the deregulation portion of House Bill 2. I just want to correct a statement that keeps being made and was made Monday and last week, and Director Courtney made it again. There is no national certification for landscape architects. There is the ASLA, American Society of Landscape Architects, and CLARB. CLARB administrates the LARE, which is the national exam on a state-by-state basis. We are currently licensed in all states, including the District of Columbia. Should you remove us from deregulation, I understand that there will be merging of boards. We are not opposed to that. However, we ask that you look at putting us with architects, as I said in my statement on Monday. We are allied professions. The first 2 years of each 5-year program, you are in the same classes with fundamentals and design and all of that. And if you look at 38 states in the country actually have a joint board of landscape architects and architects. There's been a lot of talk of overlapping practice. Ours does overlap with more with engineers and architects. And currently there's an organization called ICOR, the International Organization Council on Regulations, and they're in the process of coming up with an explanation of how we all overlap just for states to get a clearer view on that. And I guess I had one question personally. I'm not speaking for the ASLA at this point, but there was a lot of talk of you could just go to another state to be licensed. For instance, if licensure was deregulated and I went to Massachusetts, I would be forced to take 2 more additional portions of the exam. One, it was totally based on their wetlands process, because they obviously want to know their process of permitting. So I guess it's very easy for folks to say they could just go somewhere else and come back and practice on another state's license, but I do hope that you will remove us from deregulation.
Thank you very much for your comments. I actually used to hold a restricted use pesticide license, so I know as far as the reciprocal arrangements that exist between other states, they're not always as easy as they sound.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Representative McGuire has a question if you take it.
Sure.
Yeah. What, are you licensed on any other state?
I do have a Maine license because I briefly did some work there 20 years ago.
And you don't have to keep paying, or you do? Or?
I have, just because I have it.
Gotcha. Now, as I understand it, in Vermont, there's a very simple license. There's an advisory type license, right? So there's no board. There's nothing like that. There's just 2. They appoint 2 landscape architects to advise their version of OPLC.
I'm not familiar with Vermont.
Okay. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
All right, so, yes, the Timberland Owners Association.
What might he be here to talk about?
I'll keep it under 2 minutes. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And in your name
Jason
for the record,
Stock,
please. Yep.
Jason Stock, Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. We represent timberland owners and forest products industry. And I want to thank Chair McGuire for all the work she's done. And her recommendation is to not eliminate forester licensing. For many timberland owners, timberland is their biggest asset, and having a professional forester, someone with an accreditation behind them, when you're entrusting this asset with them, you want to make sure that there is some level of aptitude or accreditation there behind them. And so we appreciate that acknowledgement. We are one of the combined board people, and I guess we're okay with that, although we would prefer, we like the current situation, and we would prefer that. But if there is an effort to combine boards, we're fine with what has been proposed. Our only suggestion is, right now under current law there are 7 members on the Foresters Licensing Board. We would drop to 2. The current law 310A :100 gets somewhat prescriptive. We felt that talking to our members, one of the feelings is that if you're going to have just 2 foresters, we would like to make sure that that they are practicing, they're actively in the woods practicing managing timber sales. That's an important aspect, that there's someone actually out there and doing that. The other piece is we'd really like to see a timberland owner on the board, because that is truly the consumer. That's the individual purchasing it. Right now, the current board does require 2 kind of public members, but they're landowners. And we felt that having that landowner and having that perspective of someone on the board that understands timber sales, timber transactions, etc. Lastly, when it comes to adjudication, and this gets to the discipline question that's been raised and talked about, we really feel that it's important that if you have a board, and our initial thought was have a board, have say 3 members, 2 foresters and a landowner. If there's an adjudicative matter, that would fall to them. It's kind of a jury of your peers. And so that you're not in a position where you're asking a wetland or soil scientist to determine stumpage values, doomage, things of that nature, so that you have professionals basically adjudicating their peers. And so with that, again, our 2 comments for the proposal that has come over is and top, first and foremost, thank you for retaining the license. B, if you're going to have a board, a combined board, have 2 foresters, at least ensure at least one of them is practicing forestry, have a timberland owner. And the third comment is, when it comes to adjudicative matters, have that subset of that combined board be the arbiter. And again, there was talk about, in consultation with the OPLC or however you work that. But that to me is the key. That's your jury of your peers. I think I may have exceeded my 2-minute limit, but I will conclude my comments at that. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Jason. Representative Dan McGuire has a question.
So I'm not ready to give up on this one in the sense of elimination. I'm looking at this page we got. There's only one state west of the Mississippi that licenses foresters, California. The state of New York does not license foresters. All of these states have forests, right? I mean,
well, not all of them, but Oregon and Washington do, but Nebraska doesn't have a lot of trees, or Nevada. So, but again, I think in New Hampshire with forester licensing, and as Chair McGuire had mentioned earlier, this is woven into our tax policy. This is woven into regulatory policy. Current use and documented stewardship requires a plan that's approved by a licensed forester in the state of New Hampshire. There are other portions of timber harvesting law that have requirements for licensed foresters. And again, as I had mentioned, our association, when we looked at this legislation and this proposal, for us it was very clear that this is a part of consumer protection piece, so that I can't just come up to you and say, yeah, I've read some books on forestry and I feel compelled. I feel like I'm worthy of managing this asset of yours. And so we felt that this had a good, important consumer protection element to it.
All right, Jason, thank you
Thank
again.
you.
So again, we will discuss this at our work session either on Monday or Tuesday of next week in room 212. Thanks all for your participation.